All right, folks. If you can hear me, let me know in the chat. Let me know if everything seems okay with the stream. It's been I just had a bunch of gravy for dinner actually. My wife made a killer shepherd's pie with turkey, which was of some of the turkey that we butchered in the fall. And we had some killer gravy tonight. And I hope to share some of that with you tonight. And I don't really have any I kind of just decided on the title right before I showed up. Is everything sounding good, you guys? Is it all sounds good? Right on. Thanks, Ricky. Um, yeah, I had no plan for the stream, but sometimes some of my best streams are just when I just go with the flow. But I did decide to just title it Fall Wrap Up and Shop Talk, and we're in my shop. And yeah, we'll just take it from there. Hey folks, howdy from Texas. Acadianistan, right on. I love Acadians. Howdy from Tennessee. How's it going there in Tennessee right now? Man, I'm having a sweet, sweet fall. It's just, I feel so blessed. I'm getting just crushing huge days. Just got so much done today. Even got my garlic planted. It was kind of on my list, and if it was a thing that didn't get done, there was other things that were more important ahead of that I prioritized. I kind of have my main lists of things that I need to do before the winter, and then those get reshuffled every day because you don't always get done. I don't knock it out of the park with my list every day. But I still knock it out of the park to some degree. Today I got so much shit done, and there's a lot going on right now on the homestead, even as we speak, because I've got my generator running. We've had days of no sunshine, so no, and this is what happens in this time of year. It's the same every year, whether there's snow or not, but just clouds, and we're because of our elevation, we're in the clouds, and when we just drive down from our house, from our property to the nearest town, comes down quite a bit in elevation, and it's really neat. You can see these stratas on the mountains as you go down into them, and so it's really neat because up here, when we get socked in, all of a sudden we're in a micro view. I had yesterday, the fog was so thick, I only had 50 feet of visibility. I'm not kidding you, 50 feet, and I can't see. I could walk right into my house. It's really neat. So anyways, I run the generator. So right now I'm running the generator, and the fact that we're getting these really socked in, thick, cloudy, super humid evenings is keeping the freezing point fairly high. And it's not free. Well, it went down to -1 Celsius last night, which is a degree lower than freezing for the Americans. And frost and stuff like that. But I've been pumping water 24/7. That's also why I'm running my generator, because I've got my pond sealed. So you might have seen that video I did today. I use this product to seal my pond, and I'm hoping it works because I was just pumping a huge amount of water, actually from two directions in there. One from this pit well that was part of the infrastructure on this property when I first got it. I had to put a sump pump down there, submerge it, tied it into my main 1.25 inch lines that I was showing in that video earlier. And I was talking about it, I believe. Anyways, I was pumping from two directions, and it was really cool because I brought the water level in my pond up about 4 inches today, which is pretty good. And I don't need to get it full for winter, but I want to have it more full so that I can skate on it and play hockey on it. And so I'm just cranking it now, and I've put some levels in there so I can monitor every inch or quarter inch that it drops. And so I'm watching it like a hawk now. Excuse me, I'm trying to fix this damn sleeve. And so I'm pumping water right now going into the freezing night, but it won't get much below -1 or -2. And if I keep pumping the water, it won't freeze. So that's one of the things I'm doing. And yeah, I got my garlic planted today. Right now, it's when you live on anybody who lives on a really rural homestead that has a long driveway and gets a precipitous time of year before a freeze, like you do in much of Canada, you gotta really take care of your driveway because we're getting all this rain, days of clouds. and the driveway gets really sensitive. And if I drive the skid steer around, or if I have to move the mini excavator, which I've only done a couple times, but makes a mess and it makes ruts in the driveway. And then when you get a freeze and the ground freezes, you get these ruts, which sucks. So that's one thing I've been basically on every day is little maintenance on little ruts on the driveway, just so that I can get it good. And I'm taking a break from construction. We've been 6 months straight, 6.5 months straight. So we're going to take a break for like until the new year. And I might do a couple things here and there, but I just want to have nobody on my driveway, let it freeze, get into my winter routine where I'm plowing and doing all this, and then kind of settle into that. So that's what I'm talking about. Looking at you guys in the chat. The Leaky Pond, I put in this product. I'm not going to tell you the name of it yet, because if it doesn't work, I'm not going to endorse them. But if it works, I will. It's some kind of polymer, non-toxic, and you spray it on the water, and it's really neat. It makes this, looks like a cloud on top, and then it just kind of gets gelatinous, and then it just slowly sinks. And now I can look in the pond and I can see just this layer of, it looks like frost on the underwater going along with the ground, and you can see it's kind of concentrated in some more areas than others. And so I think it's doing its job. But now I've got some measuring sticks in my pond and stuff, and as well as the culvert that's downstream from it. Now I'm going to be monitoring these levels to see where they go. Yeah, bentonite clay, you could do that too. And I might do, if this thing doesn't work, that'll be my next step, is just sprinkling that stuff in. Yeah, that somebody mentioned some Ronald Shorts has mentioned some grow lights in here. It's the thing with off grid is, people say, because with my passive solar greenhouse, which is right behind me, this window goes into it. I can grow more or less year round, but the biggest limiting factor is just the cloudiness for 1 to 2 months, depending on the year. We'll see how it goes this year. Last year, once this winter came, it was actually sunny. It was actually a very sunny winter. It was a long one, but it was sunny. We really only had a month of cloud, so I only had to turn that generator on for a few hours every few days for a month last year. This year, I'm guessing that it could be a bit longer, because we're on into this typical cloudy winter. Where can we expect more gravy content like Grand Theft World? Jay Dyer for sure. Yeah, I don't listen to a lot of people these days, so not the best time to ask. Hey, from Ireland. So what do you guys want me to riff on? I'll just keep riffing on more of the thing. Oh, actually, I'll tell you about something else I've done on my homestead. Is because we get so much snow here, I have to manage it with a number of things. So I've got a skid steer, and people ask why I don't have a track machine, because track machines do not do well on snow. They do in some ways, but not in my context, where you can slide. Track machines can actually slide sideways. And so in icy snow conditions, they're not very good. So I have a skid steer, an SSV 65 Kubota, and I put chains on all 4 tires. I used to just do 2, but no, all 4. And I've got a couple implements that I use. I've got a blade, an articulating blade, which is what I use 90% of the time, maybe 80% of the time. No, I use it breaks down like this. I use that 70% of the time. The other 20% of the time, I use my bucket, just because I'm using that to clear my landings and stuff like that. Just open areas, not going down the driveway. And then I'll use my snowblower for the other 10% or whatever it is on the skid steer. But I've also got a hand snowblower, and I do that too. But one thing I've done this year is I've put what are they, 5-foot tall rebar stakes with a tennis ball on top, and actually spray painted pink about 6 inches to a foot on it as well. So they're super visible. I've got them all along my 1 kilometer driveway on the low side of the road, on any risky spots, or basically where I want the machine to stop plowing to, or that's the plow line. And then this way I can stay safe, but also I can manage the snow a lot better because it can be more systematic. And where I push it is set. And I've done a ton of clearing on my driveway on the shoulders and stuff. And man, driveways are a lot of work. Now that I've got my driveway finished this year, I finished the last 3 culverts, ditched the rest of everything, ditched the landing, and then put crush the last little bit, which is the last 25% of it. And so now it's all done. So it's a massive undertaking. I think I've spent so far 100 grand Canadian on my driveway. And so that's, when we talk about properties, and I talk about some of the properties that we look at on a regular basis on our Homestead Accelerator, is we often try to find as best as we can what we call A properties, which are, they've got it all, and you don't have to spend money and resources onto those things. My property was a B property, was rated a B property, but that was a trade-off for me because I wanted certain things that a property that was an A could get, but at too much of a cost. And we bought this place very, very cheap. I won't tell you the price, but you wouldn't believe me if I told you that we bought a property for this cheap in southern BC when we did, which was in the height of the COVID panic scam. We bought this then, and it was a super competitive market. But I traded certain things for certain things, basically trade-offs, as they say. Economically, it was all trade-offs. I wanted super, super privacy. I wanted the high ground. I wanted a super defendable position with multiple outs. There was a lot of criteria with fire that I wanted and all those things. And I got all of that. But in exchange for that, it was off-grid, which I want to do anyways, because I wanted to be off-grid. And there was no water, which is a big one for most people. And the driveway was okay, but it needed $100,000 of work. And I did 99.9% of that myself. So I've learned a lot about building roads this year. For 3 years. This is 3 years on this damn thing now. People always talking about Ice Age Farmer. Ice Age Farmer. Yeah, man. I don't know what's up with that guy. I don't know. I reached out to him multiple times I think it's been a couple years since he's kind of just gone wall. But I've reached out to him a few times. Christian, nice guy. Done a couple podcasts with him. And yeah, really like that guy. So I don't know. My gut, if I just were to guess, is that he got woke with his pants down. And that, not woke as in woke like a social justice warrior, but he got awakened, and I think he wanted to get his shit together, perhaps. And he's focusing on doing that because he seemed so serious about that. Or maybe he had some really bad thing happen in his family, that could just completely derail you. You could use your imagination for what kind of scenario that could be for somebody, but that happens to people, and maybe it happened to him. So, have I made any progress on the sand battery? No, but now's the time for me to get back into those types of projects. No, I haven't. I was my wife and I and my kids were having a little hot tub. We have a little one of those horse troughs, the steel ones. It's the 6-foot by 30-inch one. And it's great. All 4 of us can fit it. My wife and I on both ends, and our kids kind of go between us. And I have an outdoor hot water faucet on our cabin that we plumbed in just so we could do that. And so we'll fill this up and have a hot tub. And we had a lovely little hot tub out there tonight as it was just hovering around zero as the sun was setting. And just thinking about all we've done this year, and it's an insane amount. And yeah, we're basically at the lockup stage of the house, but not actually fully because we haven't insulated yet. But we could do that at any time. We've done the soffits all the way around. The roof is all done. The gutters, that's all done. The drainage, all the everything that's important around the house is all done. The deck, that's all covered. The roofing isn't on that, but it's got the peel and stick on it, so it'll be fine for a winter. And gutters all around that. So once we basically insulate the house, then we can start doing drywall and other types of I'm doing a combination of drywall and hung and groove 4-inch wood on some feature walls in the house. It's because I like doing it, and I want to do like a in my office like that, so I have a background like that to shoot on. But yeah, so we can take the time to do things like that this winter, which is kind of cool. But I just want to stop. It's just been 6.5 months straight of construction. Well, the guys, I have 3 trucks that come up that driveway every day, and it just wears on it. And right now, and it's so damn sensitive, I'm just like, let's just shut down for a while. So everybody was keen to take time off, and some of these other guys have other jobs to do, but we'll get back into it perhaps in the new year. How did you buy your property in an auction, or how did you hear about just on the real estate listings? Just bought it from realtor.ca. I found it that way and then just contacted the realtor and did it that way. No, I don't typically look at auctions. I don't typically look at auctions. How do you preserve your, oh yeah, somebody was mentioning this earlier. So my wife does all kinds of preserving. She does canning. We do dehydrating. We'd like to do freeze drying, but we don't have one yet. But perhaps that's something we'll do. And then we've got a root cellar. And now that's a new thing. Oh, I haven't done a video on that yet. I should. It's totally done. It's functioning. It's awesome. And I've got a subterranean level in it. So you go into this root cellar. It's buried. It's completely buried on 3 sides. Well, one side is up against the house, concrete, and then covered with the deck, and then insulated on all 3 sides, buried all the way, and then the door on the low side. And in the root cellar, I've got these subterranean hatches that you can lift up, and you can put stuff down about 2.5 feet deeper, and it's a colder and more humid temperature. It's actually not colder. It's actually warmer. It's the opposite of what I thought it would be. So far, we'll see once the winter settles in, but it's more humid, that's for sure. So there's sometimes an application to put things that are more humid in places that are less. So things like my fruit, apples, we've got boxes of apples and things like that, cabbage, that's all in the main room. There's more air, and it's just a bit more open air, a little less humid. And then down below in the subterranean level, I've got all my potatoes and carrots buried in sawdust. So I tried that this year as I harvested from the last 2 beds of carrots and number of beds of potatoes. We just layered in sawdust. You do potatoes just basically side by side, and then do a layer of sawdust to just basically even it out, and then do that again. And so we'll see how that's going to work. But so far so good. So far so good. So we do all kinds of storage that way. Yeah, totally perfect for root vegetables. Hey, Baron. Big fan since the urban farming days. Right on. Right on. I was thinking about kind of doing a video, kind of telling people my story. And New Year, it will be 10 years for me on YouTube. That will be my 10-year YouTube anniversary. I published my first video on that. I think it was the first, or maybe it was the second or third, but needless to say, that'll be 10 years for me doing this stuff. And it's crazy. It's crazy how much just changed in that time, how much has changed in the world in that time. It's just nuts. 75 in Tampa. What's that? Where's my I think that's 20 something here. Oh yeah, no, I think in Fahrenheit it's yeah, here right now it's just about freezing, 32, whatever that is. Just looking at some of your guys's questions here or chat. Oh yeah, I've got some from I'm gonna pull up I have some from the field questions. If you're a from the field TV member, go to that thing and post a question in it. Otherwise, and then I'll for sure read it. Or you can super chat me if you like. If you're from the field member, just post a question to that, and then I'll prioritize it too. Did you guys hear Doug and Stacy got demonetized on YouTube? He got demonetized. That's crazy. Crazy times. Somebody's talking about Mike Oscar says, could you recommend a delicious mix of microgreens? You know what I used to do? I used to do a thing called I think I called it rainbow mix. It was basically just a shit mix of all my microgreens, and it was really nice. You have to grow them all separately, but I would do a shorter pea shoot that was harvested at about 2.5 inches, and then I would do sunflowers, and I would do radish and broccoli and a little bit of a pink thing, like a pink amaranth. I used to do that. It's a tougher one to grow, but it was lovely. Hey man, hey Rogue Spear, right on, brother. Jack Spearco, man. I'd like to talk to Jack and see what he's up to. It's gonna pull up. So Sean has a question here from the field. Hey Curtis, in your live stream announcement, you mentioned that you were seeing signs of an impending financial collapse when you were in town. If could, what signs are you seeing in your area? So that's a good one to riff on, dude. And then you just had a follow up and said, what sort of renewable cleaning supplies sources you? Okay, that's a totally different tangent. I'll look at that after. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I actually put this on Twitter not too long ago, and it got a lot of people that were leaving comments. Basically, what I said was I'm just looking around in the local economy, and I'm just seeing a lot of signs that that people are really leveraged. Now, when you look at the statistics and all that, you can see all that already. But sometimes when you look at statistics and numbers, they're really macro. And sometimes macro things won't affect you in a small area right away. Just like how the COVID thing, it first started and it was really implemented in a lot of the big cities and places like that. But in the smaller communities, it took a while to see it. The same might happen in an economic collapse. But I've just been noticing number of things in my local area, and I'm seeing that people are having a tough time finding work. There's not There's not a lot of jobs available. If you're in trades, it's a gravy train. It's a gravy train if you're in trades. So if you're having a hard time getting work, go there. But people have a hard time getting work. I'm seeing people do jobs that they don't want to do. People I know. And I heard a little bird told me in my area that one of the main hardware stores, a lot of people aren't paying their bills, aren't settling their accounts, which would be interesting because you could kind of see how there'd be a big boom of construction, but then things really tighten up all of a sudden. And yeah, so that's kind of what I was thinking about, Sean, or just noticing, and I put it out there because I'm just curious. But yeah, is this the big one? I don't know. I've been seeing the proverbial shit go down for so many years now. Well, ever since I really started paying attention to it. And that's been a long time. A lot of people got woke or awake in COVID because that kind of rattled a lot of people's cage, and people were coming together too, which is cool. And I think we're in this sort of, yeah, still on the sort of hangover of that. People are still a little hung over on the tyranny, but we're getting it in other places now. Mostly just an endless stream of demoralizing propaganda. Just to make you feel like shit, demoralize you, right? Make you feel hopeless, and then just throw all these things at you, and then hope that you bite on some of these things and go and spend time arguing with people online or something like that, and spending time doing nothing. And so I'm seeing that. That's what they want you doing. So much propaganda. Did you try to? No, I didn't. Somebody asked about the sandbird. I talked about that earlier. Yeah, well, this is the thing. So Eli Piper says that you did good paying cash when all the 5-year mortgages hit. That's the thing. So we're also getting close to that, and that's what I'm wondering if that might be based on some of the observations that I'm seeing, is that a lot of people in Canada are house poor, and they're about to get, house bankrupt or house taken from you. But the thing is that's so crazy about Canadians, mortgages are a scam enough as they are. They're a total scam. The bank has no money. You're the money. They get to print the money out of nothing. If you don't know how mortgages work, you really should understand how mortgage works, because it helps you get a good picture of how unjust the banking system is, even on that level, which is a level that the average person would interact with, whereas a lot of the other banking services that the big financial elites use, you don't have access to. But a lot of people can have access to a mortgage. But when you go to the bank to get a mortgage and you say, I want a $500,000 mortgage, the bank has a thing called fractional reserve lending, which allows them to loan out 9 times the money that they have. Or is it 10 times? I forget how it works out, but something like that, where you want a $500,000 house, you put up 10%, you put up $50,000, they take that 50,000 and then they immediately turn that into $500,000 to buy the house. And then you sign off on all the liability for the creation of that money. And they just create it out of thin air, and they get to charge you interest as well. That's how a mortgage works. That's the same in most Western countries. The difference between the mortgage in the United States and the mortgage in Canada, the mortgage in the United States is way better. Most things in the United States are way better. The economy in the United States is way better. Things are cheaper in the United States. But the government has a hell of a lot more force. That's my biggest thing that I don't like about the United States and why I'm here. Because I can manage with the other things. But when you get a mortgage in Canada, you got to sign up for a 30-year term, and they split. That's how they decide to crunch the numbers to go down to your monthly payment and how much is principal and how much is interest. And then you have to renegotiate that every 5 years. So if the interest rate, if you start when you buy at 2% interest, and in 5 years it's now 8, that's what you're paying in 6 years. So it's a total. Whereas in the US, you sign up for a 30-year mortgage at this interest rate, you get that for 30 years. Way better deal. Way better deal. When interest rates are low, which they have been for a long time, 20 years, almost 20 years, more than 20 years. But anyways, so a lot of Canadians are going to get absolutely hosed. Absolutely hosed. They're already starting to get hosed, but they're going to get more hosed. And it could be a great opportunity for people who want to buy, because there's no good homestead properties available in British Columbia. Like very few. Actually, a friend of mine is selling one, a really good one in Christina Lake, actually. Not Christina Lake, Christian Valley. It's 50 acres or 400 acres. You can buy the 50 acres with the home. And this place, if you're in a homestead accelerator, I would encourage you to go and check it out. Because I don't think it's on MLS yet. I think you'll only see it from our list. It's a private listing. We're doing private listings now. People can pay us a fee and we'll list their property if it meets our criteria. And we turn properties down all the time. But anyways, this property's a smoking property. I've never seen an artesian fed pond, and it gravity feeds to this house. Had the coolest feature it's the coolest water feature I've ever seen in my life. The house is on a lower elevation down here. I think it's about 60 to 80 feet above where the water source is. And there's a spring, an artesian spring coming out, sprinkling out of the ground. Just something's pushing it up and it's coming out nonstop, 24/7, year round, just sprinkling. And it's going into a pond. And then the guys who developed property dug a pit well by the source, so a little bit above the pond. And then they buried a line which hundreds of feet long to the house, and it gravity feeds to the house coming out of 40 psi, completely passive, no electricity or maintainable infrastructure at all. A culvert with a pipe pushed through at a certain depth that just gives a constant deliverable pressure. I mean, this house is insane. The house wasn't really much to write home about. It's all right, but the land and the property is insane. And I've never seen such a cool water system. I'm sure they exist. I'm sure they weren't the only ones that have done that. But when I'm talking off grid, that's what I want, is getting everything down to the ultimate redundancy. Keep just putting in redundancies that things can be so stripped down. That's why I've put every building in my homestead network here, our compound, people are calling it, it's a permaculture compound. That's what it is. I'm coining that term right here, right now. It's a permaculture compound. And every building has redundancies in it. So, for example, the cabin that we're still living in, this is 3 years living in there. When we sold our house in Kelowna. No, yeah, 3 years, but only 2 of them full time. It has its own wood stove in there. It's got its own water system, totally independent water system on its own source of water. It's got a domestic hot water tank boiler, as well as propane on demand, so that I can toggle between. When I have lots of solar and lots of excess electricity, I might as well use electricity to boil water, because it is efficient. When you have all the electricity to use, it's great. But then dark days like this, I just turn that down, put on the gas, and then use the gas for propane. So that whole unit, that whole home is independent, but it's also tied to the electrical grid of this compound. So there's one electrical grid in this compound. It's our solar system. But then even in this garage here, which is connected to my greenhouse, this also has its own wood stove in here. The house has a wood stove in the basement, same as this one. It's a Blaze King Boxer. And then the upstairs of the house also has a wood cook stove as well. So there's 2 sources of burning wood, one for cooking and one just for heat in the house. But then we also have a central boiler, a central wood boiler It's the brand central boiler. I think it's the 560 or something like that. So hydronics go everywhere. So I've got hydronic heat from a central boiler in all the buildings, in every building, the greenhouses, both greenhouses, the house, of course, and soon to be another little building. I'm going to build a garage with a like a proper 3-car garage with the 12-foot ceilings. Shop, so I can have a lift in there for vehicles and stuff like that. That'll be connected to the boiler as well, but it'll also have its own source. So the idea is that if the absolute, like say it's an EMP, because if we had an EMP, because I don't have everything EMP proofed here. I'd like to get it there someday, but it's like one thing at a time. I'm 3 years onto this project. You can't have it all at once. But we want to have everything so that what's the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is that there's no electricity and it's winter and you need water to live and you need heat, right? And shelter, of course. So we can have that in our homestead as it is, because in the home too, let's say it's complete grid down scenario, we still have wood, we have wood fire in there and an endless source of timber and deadfall on our property with the acreage that we have, that we could live technically through the worst time of the year, which would be the dead of winter. We could live without electricity. We could. Would it be convenient? Hell no. But we could survive, and we could maintain the infrastructure of the properties. So that's kind of the idea, is getting to this, what is the worst case scenario with your homestead? That's kind of how I'm building mine out. And I'm constantly tweaking things and changing things as I go, because I had sort of a master plan when I did this, but that master plan at this point is probably worth 20%, maybe worth 20%. Really, that much has changed since I've started this. And so much of my limiting factor up here, probably my biggest limiting factor up here, is geography, in the sense that I have rock, geology more like, is I have rock everywhere, bedrock, and that I've done a lot of jackhammering, but how much do I want to do? And so sometimes I have to place things in places that I didn't necessarily want to have it, but I did because of that. And I've adapted my main access in my homestead. I mean, the nice thing about our homestead now is we've got this, finally have a turnaround driveway, which is I always wanted. I want to be able to drive in, turn around, and not switch back on a vehicle, just turn around and go out. It really creates flow, and we have that now at this, basically a cul-de-sac that's got crushed. I'd like to pave it eventually, but a cul-de-sac where my solar panels are, and it's going to make managing the snow on them and just that area so much easier this year, because I've graded everything. And that's one thing I'm doing constantly now, and I'll probably do one more time again before the next freeze, is I've got a planer for my skid steer. It's almost like a wood planer, that you run across to just skim things down. And there's two blades, and it's basically just goes like this, and it just hits high sides and spreads things to the low sides, and it's incredibly effective. It's really just a finishing tool though, but skid steer implements are so cheap that it's like, why not? I've bought some that I don't need, I don't really use much, but this planer thing, you don't use it a lot, but when you use it, it is awesome, because it's not a road building tool per se. It's more of a road finishing tool. So even after you've packed, then you run the planer, and it just makes a nice smooth path, and it's really, really nice. And so, yeah. The prior Nugerson says the prior owner of our property put up rear bar road markers. After removing them, the snow demolished our mailbox. Yeah, of course, exactly. And that's the thing that I've just been doing bits of every single day, no matter what my sort of tasks are for the day. One thing I'm constantly doing right now going into winter is just getting shit off the ground, everything off the ground, because anything on the ground just gets ruined. And so The only time I'm keeping things on the ground is if I've got some kind of landscaped barrier that's an end. And for me, that's rocks. I have a lot of rocks everywhere. All my terraces, the low sides are built up with rocks. So somebody was talking about rainwater. I was gonna put a video about this, but I didn't put it out yet. Is I've calculated how much rainwater I can capture because I've got everything guttered here now, which is so cool. And we're in a dry climate. We're only, I think we get, it's 14 inches of rain a year here. And but I've got a well, a deep well, over 300-foot well that is through straight granite, straight limestone, I guess technically. Maybe they're the same, granite, limestone. And I'm tapped into some kind of water fissure that it's some kind of underground river, because I can just pump it nonstop and it doesn't even fluctuate. The same amount of water always comes out. The static level just is fairly high, and it's never gotten to a point where it stops pumping. And so, what was I saying with this? I totally lost my train of thought. I totally fucking brain farted. Somebody tell me what the hell I was talking about. Oh yeah, it was this chat. It was what the hell was I talking about? My God. Yeah, this water that I was talking about this pumping water, but what was I gonna go on about that? Rainwater. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Rainwater. The roof. So yeah, I mean, you sort of go sometimes, well, what's the point of doing things like that when you have a well that just seems to endlessly go? Well, the point is that I've discovered in my off-grid context is that sometimes I want a ton of water in a place. Like right now, I would like to quadruple the amount of water I'm pumping into my pond right now to fill it for winter. And I might have to do this in the summer too. But I just can only pump so much from my well. My well only puts out 10 GPM. That's not a lot. That's not that much, but it's enough for us to exist very comfortably up here and satisfy all my irrigation needs. But this is where decentralization of your water becomes important. And so I've got my water decentralized one, two, three, four. I have four sources of water that kind of interconnect, but they are decentralized. So the first source is my drilled well. That well goes down over 300 feet, and I can pump 10 GPM from it. It goes under 8 feet under the ground, through a pitless adapter from the well, from the cap, and then it goes straight to the back of the house into the utility room, and then it goes into pressure tanks, and then it goes to the cisterns. But it goes to this building here, also goes to the other greenhouse, also goes to the cabin. So I've got that, but I've got that source. That's the first one. The second source is I've got another pit well, which is 8 feet deep, a culvert, just a 12-inch culvert into a water draw. And it's what the guys had set up here first. It's only seasonal, but it works. And then that water can get stored in a 40,000 liter concrete cistern. That's part of the original system. So that well and the pit well, then I have my cisterns that are up top, which take water from either of those pumps. Actually, like now, the way it's set up, I can pump water from the pit well or the main well up anywhere. It goes into basically this network of 1.25 inch prime 100 line that I have that's all over my property. I've used 3,000 feet of this stuff so far. But it's great because I can give me a solid 10 GPM if I'm getting a fire hose of that much water at once. And then I've got my ponds now. So that's the fourth one. And the great thing about the ponds is that they just allow me to get more water, mostly snow melt. The reservoir pond is mostly about snow melt. And I calculate 9 million liters will pass through there. I won't be able to hold 9 million. I'll be able to hold, I think that one maybe 500,000 at best. but I'll be able to pump that uphill. Once snow settles into that pond, I can pump it uphill into the secondary pond, which is close to 1 million liters, 850 to 1 million liters. And then that's how I mostly will get water into that pond. But then I could add a fifth, um, layer in there by what's going on here? Sorry. Capturing off these roofs. And I calculated the other day, we had a few days of rain. Wasn't like not soaker downpour. There was moments of that, but it's basically just a consistent. Anybody who lives in the lower mainland or parts of British Columbia in the fall experiences that kind of rain that you get in the fall, where it's just constantly raining all day for days, but it's not torrential, but it's just raining fairly light. During that much rain, I was capturing, what did it work out to be? There was all these different metrics, but it worked out to be 10,000 liters a day that I could capture off these roofs. And the cool thing about the way I have all these guttered is that they all end up at one central point. All I have to do is finish another ditch that's going to be the new part of my driveway going into the front of the house. Finish this ditch, all these gutters, the drainage with big O pipe come right down into there. So I can put a pipe in there. I'll probably just do a rigid pipe, and I'll have a French drain in there with a secondary drainage pipe. Take all of those and collect in a small pond. I was thinking about making sort of a concrete pond, small, that almost could be like a cool water feature in the summer too, but it'd basically be a charge, and it wouldn't have to hold water for long, but it'd be a charge tank where just when I get these rains for periods of time, it just flushes in there, and I've just got a sump pump in there that as soon as it fills up to a point, it just starts pumping up to the pond. And I could do that now because I could tie it into all the same water infrastructure. See, I can have different ins and outs. If you use check valves, you can have different ins and outs. So I can have different things tying into a main primary line that goes around a homestead. Water coming in from a secondary source, but then you have a check valve right there so that only water can go this way. So nothing will go back out into your other pond. Check valves are they're so useful. I wish I would have learned about check valves years ago when I was starting to do this, because they're so beneficial. Because if you have a big water system like I do, my water system covers 8 acres. Basically, I can get water to any point within 8 acres very easily because the main lines are all in there. And but if you want to have from different sources, this is where check valves are important, because you don't want water going back to the source. You only want it coming in from. So the cool thing about our setup, and it's a big part of the fire strategy here too, is that if you have multiple sources of water to pull from in an apocalyptic fire scenario, you can really just turn up the dial, because you can just throttle huge amounts of water, more than because my well can only put out 10 GPM. I want 100 GPM, right? Because I want to be able to run 400 feet of sprinklers at once and just hammer a line at a defensive position. You could have multiple sources going into one line and then accommodate that many sprinklers, because the 10 GPM well, even with the gravity feed from my cisterns, is not going to do that much. I can do a few really heavy duty ones, but that's about it. I want to do a ton. And so one thing I'm doing in the homestead, a project that's on my chip away list for winter, is logging another, and people say that I logged my homestead that we're in. I didn't log it. It was logged 40 to 50 years ago. And I could probably find if I looked in the records, but just looking at the stumps, and this is all logged. I took some trees down for sure, but not very much. This is all logged, and so that's why this area is open. But what I'm going to do, and the liberal environmentalists who all live in the city and hate on people like me for cutting trees down, will hate me even more for this, but I'm going to cut close to 100-foot perimeter in my tree line that's on my fence line in the trees. So I've got this fence that surrounds, and it goes into the trees a bit too. And you don't see it when you see that drone shot of my property. You don't really see the fence, and I did that intentionally. But on my flank, I'm going to cut. It's probably going to be 1,500 feet long and 100 feet wide block on that fence, and then that's all going to be this irrigated line that I can just hammer with water, because that's my only vulnerable side on this property. Fortunately, it is where a ridge goes up and down, and that's part of why I picked this geolocation on our property. Was that fire in British Columbia just goes uphill, and it can go downhill, but it slows down. So when you have a fire on mountains in BC, they can go up the hill very fast, like the 60 kilometers an hour. It could just rip, but then it hits the ridge and it kind of just off gases. It just gasses away and really slows down. And yeah, it can wrap over the ridge, especially if a wind comes and takes it. But typically, if you're not in that zone that can get us taken out quick, you have a fairly good situation, because if I had a fire on that side of my property and it came up, it would hit that. But that's why I want to do that break there, so it slows it down even more, and I could irrigate it and water the piss out of it, and then not have to take down all these trees that are in my inner area. And then on the front side of my property, which is the southeast, I have so much open area that if a fire came up there, I could defend it easily, and I could just irrigate the piss out of it, and it wouldn't. There's very little trees, so it doesn't know where to go. But yeah, roofing material is very important, and that's why it's all steel. And yes, it's non-toxic. We're not drinking that water anyways. It's going into the pond. And that's what's so cool about my water sources, and having all these decentralized water sources. Again, too, that also comes down to a shit hits the fan scenario. In an EMP, if my pump went out on my deep well, how would I get water? Well, how I would get water is I have in our cistern for our cabin. It's a 40,000 liter cistern. We fill it up every winter, so I can literally go in there with a bucket and bucket water out. So if we had that complete shit hits the fan scenario, grid down, no electricity, EMP, fucking war zone, whatever it would be, we could have heat in the winter. We could cook with that heat. We'd have to have candles and things like that for light. And we would have fresh water, and we shit in buckets anyways. So we don't in the house, but we could. And so that's even going back to the redundancies on your sewage, right? Because even a septic system doesn't work without electricity. Well, actually, it does, but not for long. The upstairs of the house, all gravity's out, but then you need pressure, you need water pressure in your pressure tanks for those toilets to fill back up. So it wouldn't. But that's where, if you have a little bit of infrastructure on your homestead, like we do for composting toilets, it's a immediate solution to a really shitty problem. And most people don't appreciate the toilet flushing and the convenience of that until it doesn't flush, right? That's the reality of that. So if you can have a composting toilet setup, it's an immediate solution to a bad problem, because you could just, if it was, you knew that you weren't going to get electricity for a period of time. I'm talking, this is, EMP or something like that. Couldn't get electricity. You'd have to just deactivate the plumbing in the bathroom, but you just take that toilet out, get it down to that ring thing that's on the bottom of toilets, cover that up, and then just build a box for a 5-gallon bucket. And that's what you literally poop in. You put a toilet seat over it. That's what we have. And you put sawdust in it, you poop in it, pee in it, toilet paper, everything, cover it with sawdust. And you keep doing that. You fill up the buckets, take them out, you dump them into a compost area receptacle or pile or whatever, and that's it. And then you can later use that compost in your garden. And as long as you're, consuming a lot of heavy metal toxins, it's going to be good compost if you make it, pretty much sawdust and your poop and pee works. But that's another redundancy, right? That's a solution that you can use when and if these things happen. And that's again my whole modus operandi on my homestead is basically just boiling everything down to the ultimate redundancy and how's that going, right? And so people talk about EMPs. I mean, I frankly think it's a nothing burger, but hey, you never know. A lot of preppers talk about that. And yeah, but to EMP proof everything, man, it's quite a big undertaking. And I actually could, for probably, I don't know, a few $1,000s, maybe say 5, just to be, I could totally EMP protect my off-grid system. And the more I talk about it, the more maybe I should do it, because I can kind of show you. It's a bit of there's a lot going on in my garage here right now, but check this out. So that infrastructure over there, past the car, all that stuff, that is all of the hardware for my off-grid system. And that stuff there is worth a lot of money. The inverters, the charge controllers, the batteries, all that stuff there, I think that stuff there alone is worth, my whole system's worth 130 grand. But that's a lot of extra stuff too. Maybe just call it 100. That stuff there is worth 70. And then the solar. So how do you EMP protect all the electronics in the solar? Well, solar doesn't really have electronics technically. It's just, so I don't know. I don't fully understand how EMPs work. I guess they just knock everything out. But I mean, I could just, what I want to do actually there, and I might do this next year, is I could wall it in. So my car is 4 or 5 feet off that. And that's my new snowblower there, in case you're wondering. I could actually wall that in. You see where the drywall isn't finished to there? I did that intentionally. Because when we did the house, we have to connect some stuff there. And I also thought I might want to just wall that area out. That way the car wouldn't drive into it either. If somebody just went a little too far and crashed into the batteries, that would suck. But what I could do is wall that room in and then paint it with that Y shield stuff. It's that I did that video about EMF proofing my Kelowna house. Maybe you could do that, and basically just isolate that hardware so that if an EMP hit, yes, it would knock out a lot of other stuff, but it wouldn't knock that out. And so maybe that, I don't know. The reason I think EMPs are a nothing burger is that if you boil down the systems of control of the New World Order, they all involve technology, thus all involve electricity. So I just don't see why it would be in the best interest of the powers that should not be, as Dan Dix puts it, why they would want to do that. Even when you look at governments as corporations and all that, it's all business. To EMP your own people doesn't make any sense. For another country to EMP another country, perhaps. But I think they're just all in on it. I don't really think there's there's wars, no question about it. But I don't really think we have to worry about Russia nuking us or EMPing us. The Anglo-American establishment wants to control you. They don't want to kill you. Well, they want to kill you slowly, but they want to make money off you that whole time. I call that the Rockefeller payment program. They get you hooked on your own demise your entire life. And so you just pay for your own self-destruction. But that's what they do. That's what they want to do. And they want to do it really passively, really, like they don't want to do a lot of work. And and I see that. That's just what they're doing. They poison you with shots. If they wanted to just kill you, well, they just round you up. So, why wouldn't they just round you up? But they don't. They poison you with shots. They poison you with GMOs and food. They poison you with chemtrails. They poison you with agrochemicals. They poison your water, drinking fluoride water. God, I haven't drank fluoride water in so long. Well, no, we had a Kangen filter in our house in Kelowna, which is like the best water filter you can get. But I haven't drank chlorine in so long. But man, you think about all the way they poison you, it's insane. But it does beg the question: if they wanted to kill you so bad, why wouldn't they just round you up? And the answer to that, in my opinion, is that rounding you up isn't that easy. Because who's going to round you up? Are your own? Do you think the Canadian military with Canadians want to round up their own citizens? No way. They would have 85% of the people would walk away under the auspice of some kind of emergency, perhaps, and COVID was a little bit of that we saw. But they don't generally want to do that. They just want to do it in the most passive way, but they want to do it in a way that also exempts them from legal responsibility. And so that's where I get into all that stuff about equity and how they use maxims of equity in the way they basically operate in the law, is that they don't actually do anything. You do it to yourself. And that's how they don't get caught, basically. So I don't really think an EMP would make sense to do that to your own people. And then that goes again to, well, who's after us? It is our own governments, in my opinion. Everybody's own government is after you, basically. There's very few countries in the world where the governments aren't trying to kill you. Maybe, and there are, no question there are. It looks like in Europe, Hungary and Poland those governments aren't trying to kill their people, slowly at least, not trying to kill you. Some countries in South America, Canadian government is absolutely trying to kill you. But I'm just going to put a log on the fire here, folks. But they just do it in a way that works within law and equity, and they just let you kill yourself. Somebody asked me, why don't I get a snowblower for my BCS? I've had a snowblower for my BCS for 10 years and I hate it. And it's caused me the clutch on the BCS, no matter how good you got it fixed up, it's not good. I'm over it. It is destroyed, because I've been using the BCS from the beginning, from my market gardening days, I've been using a BCS for a significant amount of hours, probably more than the average person. And my left hand is shot. My elbow, and I did use my BCS snowblower for the last 3 winters up here, and I'm over it. So I wanted something that was quiet and clean, and BCS is just clumsy. It's not a good snowblower. If you have to use it all the time, it's not a good snowblower. This Toro, this is a good snowblower. And this is the electric version. The cool thing about this snowblower is that the electric one is exactly the same shear pins, same parts and everything as the electric, the gas powered version of this. So all the same parts, but it's electric. It has these super beefy batteries. Do I have one handy? Yeah, I don't want to grab it. Super beefy batteries. And I ran all the numbers, and I can run this for hours. And I just basically want this to manage my landing area. So all of my delicate areas, my footpaths, all of my inner area where my cabin, this path that goes in front of it that goes to the solar panels. I'm going to manage all this sort of the zone 1 area with that snowblower. And then the driveway, I do the skid steer at whatever implement I'm using. But this, I'm really looking forward to being able to manage things better, more meticulously here, throw the snow in the direction that I want, and have a nice, clean inner zone 1, and then use the heavy machinery for the zones 2 and 3. Where do you think in South America? I don't know. I mean, I don't like Mexico anymore. I wouldn't move to Mexico. I've traveled Mexico extensively. It's just not the kind of place I want to be in. It's a failed state, which isn't a bad thing, but it's not necessarily a good thing either. I don't like how in Mexico and this is sort of a South American thing too. But I haven't traveled enough of the other South American countries to tell you how it varies. But in Mexico, everything's a negotiation. I get so tired of it. I get so tired of the haggling. It means that sometimes you get things really cheap, but it also means that most of the time people are just trying to take you because you're white, right? They're just trying to do the old smash and grab with you, which gets exhausting. It's hard to trust. It's hard to buy real estate in Mexico. Oh, it's risky. It's not hard, but it's riskier. And then you got the cartel. And but there's definitely places. I mean, we didn't sell, but our Homestead Accelerator listed a property in Yucatan, and one of our members bought it, and it's badass. It was a permaculture playground, and it was in an expat area where it was a good scenario. Really good, and not too close to the ocean. That's one thing I would say. If you're living in a tropical climate, don't live on the ocean. It's tempting, because it's beautiful, but the thing is, in those coastal areas, if you're on the Gulf of Mexico or in the other side, you can get hammered, especially in an era of geoengineering and HARP and all that kind of stuff. Just look at Acapulco. Look at just like hammered, gone. But I've said that forever. Don't live on a coast. That's why I don't live in the Lower Mainland. Well, I don't live there because that's where too many people are. The things that I avoid: low-lying coasts and large amounts of people. Those are the two biggest things that are your biggest risk. Two are your biggest risks in where you live. And so don't live on coast. If you're going to live in the tropics, live in the mountains. A buddy of mine is down in Ecuador right now, and he's living at what is it? 2,000 meters elevation, so that's 6,000 feet. But in the tropics, it's nice because it takes you from. If you look at, say, a map of Hawaii, you look at a heat index map of Hawaii, or you look at the Köppen Geiger climate classification. When you look at, say, the Big Island, it's really neat. You get the hottest tropics on the bottom, and then it cools as you go up. And as you get a lot higher, you're in a temperate climate. So you're not even tropical anymore. You're temperate. It's really cool. And it's really ideal in the tropics to be in those semi-temperate areas. I mean, you don't want to be too temperate because you can be like some of the mountains in Chile, really, really high up it's temperate, but it's cold temperate. It's not good. It's not a good temperate. Cold temperate actually kind of sucks. But you want to be in that semi-tropical to temperate zone where you're way off the ocean if there's a hurricane or a tsunami. And yeah, I mean, in Hawaii, that also gets you closer to geological risks too. But that's what I would say. So yeah, I've thought about it, I've thought about it. Ecuador sounds pretty cool. I know Doug Casey is living down in what's it called? Pull up Google Earth. I like using Google Earth on these streams. I got to do a bunch of property reviews tomorrow too, so I might as well pull it open here. Let's look at a map of South America. Let's riff on if the shit's hitting the fan and you want to go to South America. Let's look at places based on geography, because I can't tell you much else. I mean, I know some of the politics with Google Earth is taking forever to open, so I'm just gonna have to leave that for a bit. But yeah, what's that country that Doug Casey's living in? Is not Ecuador. It's what the hell is it called? Small country south of Brazil. Anyways, Uruguay. Paraguay's one too. Yeah, but Uruguay is where Doug Casey lives. I know Jeff Berwick tried to do some kind of thing down in Argentina, I think, at one point. Galt's Gulch. Yeah. I'm fairly happy where I live. You know, people often ask me why I stay here. Um, the main reason is because I could live anywhere. I literally could. I could just be doing the same homesteading down in Ecuador and be making videos about it and doing all the same thing. I could do that. Why didn't I do that? Sometimes I wonder because once I'm, the amount it costs to build this homestead, I could have done it for 3 times less in the tropics for sure. But I wouldn't know anybody there. I don't have any cultural cap or any social capital there. I don't speak the language, so could I have done all this? I don't think so. I think I could have done it eventually and probably done it for cheaper, but I bet it would take way longer. And that's off. I got a buddy who moved down to which one was it? No, he didn't go to Ecuador. He went to not Costa Rica, another one of those countries down there. And he started his homestead build at the same time as me. He's not even close to where I am. But I'm more of a professional at this, so I'm going to do this faster than a lot of people would. But it takes a long time to get things going in South America, wherever you are, especially if you're a gringo. If you speak the language fluently and you really understand the cultural context and really can figure things out, you could make it happen fast. But so could I have done this down there? No, not the same degree. But I'll tell you why I like living in Canada. The main reason I like living in Canada is that our population is extremely low. So, and we're not letting in tens of thousands of migrants a day in like the US is. The US is letting in tens of thousands a day. I've heard some you follow Michael Yon and guys like that. There's been reports at periods of time 85,000 coming across a day. And the border guards just letting fist bumping them on the way in. Come on in. Come on, come on. So I like Canada because we don't have that reason. Canada's population is 1/10 of the United States, but it's the same, actually bigger geographical area. Granted, only the bottom quarter of it is habitable. Most of it is too cold, but that's good because that means nobody's coming from the north, right? Canada's only concern geopolitically, excuse me, as far as people move, is south of the border. The United States, people are coming to the United States from all over. Mostly they're coming from the south, but they come from all over the world, right? And there's a lot of areas on the south that they can come from. So in order for all those migrants to come to Canada, they first have to go through the United States. So it's a huge buffer. So I like it for that reason. I like cold climates because I'm used to them because I grew up with them, but I like them because they're for gardening and farming. They actually give you a big advantage in one way, and that's that pests and diseases reset every year, where in tropical and temperate climates, they don't. So I actually like that because I have so many greenhouses and things like that I can do what I want year round, but I get that reset. I like the seasons. I like skiing and snowboarding, cross country skiing, and doing all that kind of stuff too. But I also like how the cold is also, there's, call it a quarter of the year, a time when nobody wants to move around. So in a shit hits the fan scenario where people are desperate and they're moving, because I think what will trigger that will be a food crisis or an oil crisis, again, an energy crisis where people can't get food. And then where do people go, right? They go and they scatter out of the city on all the main highways, and then they loot and pillage everything that they see along the way. I'm way out of that, nowhere near that. And winter is a tough time to be on foot traveling around, right? Because everybody's only got a day's worth of travel in their vehicle, a tank of gas, right? How far can you get on a tank of gas in your vehicle? Some vehicles get you, 1,000 kilometers. Other vehicles will get you 500 kilometers, right? Depends on what it is. So I like that. The other thing I like about Canada is I like the politics of it. And what I mean by that is actually more, I like the law of it, because law and politics are different things. So I like the law. I like the politics and the law. So I like the politics in the sense that Canada is a bit of a pushover nation. It's, what's a good metaphor? I mean, the US is like a bulldog, like a fierce bulldog. Canada's like a poodle. And I like that because the state is a poodle opposed to the state being a pit bull. So who do you want to go up against? A pit bull or a poodle? I'd rather go up against a poodle because the state isn't on your side. Just like the US, if you're an American, the government's not on your side. They're actively trying to kill you. Passively, albeit, as I said earlier, but they are. And so if I'm gonna go up against a government that wants to kill me, I'd way rather one that's more benign. And Canada's government is super benign. The U.S. has just signed over 85,000 new armed IRS agents, right? So in the U.S., you don't pay your taxes for a year. You got to knock on the door. Armed dudes. In Canada, you're lucky to get a letter if you haven't filed in 10 years. Like, seriously, it's a joke. It's a joke here. That's a good thing if you're an anarchist, like I am. I'm an agorist, more really. I'm an anarchist philosophically. I'm more of a libertarian principally because I like the law. I use the law. I know how to leverage the law and exploit all the loopholes and things that make it where they drag you down. I exploit every single legal loophole that I can find, and I do that because I read the law. And so I like that about Canada is for me, the law has been relatively easy to no, it hasn't been easy to navigate. It's easy now after 10 years of figuring the shit out. Well, maybe not quite 10, yeah, maybe 10 years of the legal stuff, I mean. So that's why I like Canada, because I don't have a lot of the same threats. The US, but the US also has advantages too. And I can recognize that. But I still do business in the United States. All my business is in the US. I have an American corporation, and I do business fully legally in the United States without being there. And it's great. And so I get a lot of the benefit of it that way. Sure, I'd like to be down there hanging out with folks. At the same time, we don't have mass shootings in Canada. That doesn't exist. We don't have the same Second Amendment rights as Americans do, but we do. You can own guns here. You can own any kind of firearm. Yeah, sure, there's some slight discrepancies between what you can have in the US and what you can have in Canada, but you can have maybe not assault rifles, but you can have, I've got buddies that have got every gun you can imagine, handguns, everything. So you can have guns in Canada too. So Canada is, the only thing that in my opinion is worse about Canada that we can't get that the US has is just the network. And that's why I do business in the United States. And I'd like to be down there more often. I'd love to be hanging out in Texas. I'd love to be hanging out in, Missouri and some of these places. Idaho is a great state, not far from me at all. But, that's really all the US has for me. Otherwise, Canada is way better because it's just the state is way less of a threat to me here. And we just don't, because people, and the state's not really a threat. Really, unless you want to go to a January 6th type event, then yeah, you can end up like Owen Schroyer and not even go in, like wasn't even part of anything, and he's in solitary confinement. It's absolutely insane. That shit's not happening in Canada. Not to say it can't, Not to say it hasn't in the past, but it just doesn't happen. I mean, the United States, the prison population in the United States is massive. It's like the biggest in the world. There's more people in the prison in the United States than anywhere else in the world. And so that's a thing too. But it's funny because people, when they talk about Canada, especially truthers and stuff like that, and most of my friends most of my peers and business associates, professionals I know, people that I communicate with on a regular basis, live in the United States. And they always go, man, you guys it's tyranny in Canada, because they just see some, Alex Jones is talking about a thing going on in Canada or something like that, right? But it's like, don't you guys know where you live? Like, you live in the most militarized police state in the world. It's there's more people in prison in the US than there's in China. I'm pretty sure that's, if I'm wrong on that, somebody call me out, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. So the US is, not this great thing. And but they're all failed states. Canada's a failed state too. But again, for me, I'm more concerned about starving masses than I am a technocratic Hunger Games type scenario government. I'm way more concerned about starving masses, because when I look at the way the New World Order operates through the tentacles of the governments of the world, is they get people to do the dirty work, just like they did with COVID, right? All the COVID madness was inflicted. Most of it was inflicted by sheepdogs, right? Not the shepherd. The government's the shepherd, and then there's the sheepdog. The sheepdog, the guy, the mask Nazi who's freaking out at you for not wearing a mask. All the madness, for the most part, and of course, yeah, the government was handing out tickets and fines. Most of those are all gone. Most people in Canada sent those in or took those to court, and they didn't stand at all. So that's what I like about Canada, and that's why I stay here. Is it cheap to be here? No. The United States is ridiculous. I drove down. I can go into the US now just fine. I went not too long ago. It's not that far for us. And I was flabbergasted how much cheaper stuff is at the store, despite the exchange rate. Like, flabbergasted. And I look at prices. I'm a total price geek. That's kind of how I evaluate the economy in many ways, just look at prices of things. But I was flabbergasted how cheap it is. So that's a huge advantage in the US, is just cost of living is cheap. The average Canadian makes 60% of what the average American makes. And that's just kind of like dollar for dollar what your money can get you. It's madness. But I'm not your average Canadian. I'm actually a Canadian who does business in the United States. So that's allowed me to be a successful Canadian. And a lot of Canadians who are successful do business in the United States. I would say a huge percentage of them, because the US is Canada's number one trading partner, is and always has been. And that 80% of Canada's resources go to the United States, which makes sense because we have a massive country with tons of resources. And we only have a demand for 20% of that. The US is happy to take it. They're all right there. We've got good treaties with the United States. It's relatively easy to do business. It's very easy as a Canadian to set up a business in the United States and do business in the US. There's nothing fancy about it at all. You can do that. Yeah, why the hell not? So that's why, in a nutshell, that's why I've stayed in Canada. And no, I like it. And where we live, we just have so much privacy. We have so much security. We don't have to worry about all these sleeper cells that are getting lit up now, right? They just lit up the Palestinian protesters. I'm on picking a side, Israel, Palestine. I'm on the side of the Palestinian people, because there's no Palestinian government. It's just the rubble, right? The whole thing's rubble. But the Palestinian activists are leftist idiots, just like the woke activists for the most part. You look at all these videos that are coming out, it's just ridiculous. But the nice thing about where I live is none of that stuff affects me. None of those sleeper cells getting initiated. Turn these guys on, mobilize this, mobilize that. Civil war. I'm not near any of that. So that's why I'm here. And again, it's all trade-offs. Yeah, I got to do work in the winter to live here, but I like that security. And I actually like the chores too, really. But the way I'm setting my homestead up is that, because another question you might have is, yeah, what happens when there's no power? You know, how do you live up here and move snow around? Well, that's part of my house is a big design feature on our house. If you saw the last video I did, right, all the roofs that connected, we have a huge amount of square footage. It's about 2/3 of the floor size of the house on both levels has deck and covered deck. And then I've got this area in between. So I've got so much area that I can just move around with and snow never gets there. And so that's a good thing too. And then eventually, you know, if the shit were to really hit the fan and say, I don't even want to burn gas or diesel because I want to hold on to it for a very long time, I don't want to drive, I can just manage everything up here with a shovel. And if I don't have to manage snow for vehicles and I only have to manage it for footpaths, it's actually not that hard to do all by hand. And I'm doing it now. But now that my driveways and all these things are made out better now, I can do it easier because I can push it like I can on a sidewalk, you know, easier. Smash the like. You guys are digging the stream here. I feel like it took me a little while to kind of get in the groove, but now I'm on the groove. I'm going to look at some of your questions for a second. I'm just going to put another log on this fire. Got it right next to where I got my desk set up here, my table. And I don't normally keep a fire going in here. And it's really cool when you have an efficient building. And so this garage, my greenhouse, my house is all about R40 walls. So I can keep this building warm without any heat, except if I run this stove once or twice a week, this will stay at about 10 degrees Celsius, which is optimal for the batteries to not go below that. With just 2 fires a week. And so it's been going down below freezing every night. This shop has been warm all week, and I just had a fire on Monday, and it's been warm the entire time just because the building holds on to it. So our house is like that too, because our house in the downstairs is ICF concrete, 8-inch concrete wall with 3 inches of insulation on both sides, styrofoam basically. And then that's bermed into the north side of the hill. And so that's super warm down below. Our windows are super efficient, all triple pane. And then the upstairs is 2x6 with R22 rock wool insulation, the best, with 1.5-inch rigid. We use a product called Ico. It's actually made of glass, but it's a rigid insulation that goes on the outside, strapped with 1/4-inch strapping. And then that's an R9. So I get, call it R31 out of that. But when you add up all the gaps in between and the siding, it gets close to R40. It's about, I don't know, maybe R37, but it's really, really efficient. And so all these buildings I can heat very easily. And once my boiler's rolling, and it's still not, and I might not even finish it this winter because I just kind of want to take a break from construction. I don't need any of it to operate. I've got everything else I can do with these 2 stoves. I'll be able to heat everything so easily. I can't wait to get that boiler going because I'll just be loading 1 box once a day, and that's it. And then it takes care of the rest. How cool will that be? But Rogue Spear says, Curtis, is the Corporation of Canada a subsidiary of the US operating out of DC? No, it's not a subsidiary of the US. It's just a corporation. And so DC, the way it works is that DC is not, well, the US, the United States, I believe it was the United States first. The United States, which came out of the Declaration of Independence and all that, all those states had their own state. and there's a physical place, and there was a government tied to each state. When they created DC, and they basically amalgamated, they corporatized all the states. So there's this is the neat thing about the US, and that's why there's different remedies and stuff you can get down in the US, is there's the common law side of the US out of the Constitution into the physical state title, and it's written in title case. The state of Arizona in title case exists, and there's actual government features there. Then when DC and the Organic Act of 1871 in the United States made a corporation out of all of those states registered in DC. DC became this place where all the corporations in North America are registered internationally, and in Europe and stuff, they're registered in the city of London, the big financial hubs. And there's corporations registered in different parts around the world too, but these are the two big hubs. And so in DC, Canada is registered on Pennsylvania Avenue, just as the state of Arizona is, just as Cracker Barrel Corporation, just as Coca-Cola, just as Pepsi, just as Monsanto. Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. is where all the SEC, the United States SEC, is where all corporations are registered. So there's nothing really. It seems like gravy when you get into that stuff and you go, holy shit, governments or corporations. That's not really the gravy. Like, it's important because if you understand that, then you understand it's commerce. And then if you understand commerce, all commerce has to have a meeting of the minds, consent, and you need to volunteer. You have to have consent. So that's liberating. But so it's not, everything's a corporation. Yeah, just kind of, it's a point of fact. It's not really controversial. People, we call government is a corporation with a monopoly on force, right? Because Coca-Cola can't come and knock on your door and kick it down with cops, but the government can. But the government has this monopoly on force, which other corporations don't have. So hey, Mike Murphy, thanks for the super chat, buddy. So it's not really, it's a rabbit hole when you first look at it and you start reading quarterly reports, which I spent a bit of time doing years ago, reading the quarterly reports of Canada and stuff like that. And you'll find some, if you have any accounting background, or just the kind of person who does your own bookkeeping and stuff like that, and you know how to look at numbers and you know to look at reports a bit. And I only do because I'm a fairly good bookkeeper. I'm the kind of guy that always has good books. When I used to hire accountants, they were always impressed on how I had things laid out. But I don't use accountants anymore. Don't need to say much more about that. But I don't use them anymore. But I know how to read reports and stuff and look at P&Ls and all that. My company publishes a P&L every month, and you look at the quarterly reports of Canada, it's pretty crazy, and you have to really go through it. And I wish there was this time, I wish I would have screenshotted this. I don't know, I've never been able to find it again. They change things around on these things, but I found a Canadian quarterly report that at the SEC that showed a filing fee of a number of $1 billion filing fee. It's the line item in the quarterly report, filing fee, something like $8 billion. And you're going, filing fee, $8 billion. It's like a good chunk of the GDP of the country. But the thing is, it's neat when you look at these quarterly reports, what if you dig into them too, you'll find is that income tax only pays the interest on debt. It only pays the interest. So how do governments pay for things? And I haven't spent much time looking at United States quarterly reports, so I wouldn't be able to give you any anything worth anything there, but I've looked at Canada's. But the way the government pays for things is they create a budget, so that we're gonna do this road building project. It's gonna be $10 million. So they create a budget, and then all the other cities and provinces do that, and then they all kind of mail it into the federal government, and the federal government allocates the resources for those things. But the way they allocate those resources is they get the total budgets of all the cities and provinces and whatnot, and then they approve certain budgets. In order to approve them, they have to borrow that money from the central bank at interest, which is privately owned. Then the income tax pays very little of the principal, mostly just interest. And so the governments keep getting more and more in debt. And that's pretty sure that's how it works in the United States too. But that's how it works here. And income tax is the biggest scam because it is completely unneeded. I don't like the idea of governments, period, and central banks. However, the way it's done is pointless. A government could print its own money, just as a central bank does, and issue those currency units that they printed to budgetary expenses. And that's how they used to do it in Canada. It was prior to 1973, I believe. They changed the Bank of Canada to do that, is to just borrow the money from another group. So you were already doing it. You're already making the money and printing it. You have all the infrastructure. Now this group of, typically, a group of type of white people that you can't talk about get together and say, hey, well, we'll do the banking for you, even though they provide no value out of what was already provided, and they just charge you interest, and we go, okay. But anyways, that's what happened prior to 73 in Canada. Maybe it was 71, 71, 72, 73, Bank of Canada changed. And that's what happened. So yeah, it's a big scam. So income taxes literally pay for nothing because the government doesn't have to borrow the money at interest. So you just pay the interest. You're just paying bankers. You could just be paying a government, but you're not. So it's a complete scam. RJ, when are you having Dean Clifford out again for a chat? I don't know. Maybe Dean has come up here every winter since I've been up here. Even the first year we came up and had a cabin powwow, even before my family has moved up here. So yeah, maybe we'll talk to him. We'll see. I haven't talked to him in a while. He's busy. He runs this resort. He's crushing. He's like a full-on entrepreneur now. He's making lots of money. Stoked to see that. What's my opinion on gas fire for electricity? I love it. I just wish somebody would make an all-inclusive. And I was even thinking about this today because I've thought about this idea for so long. Is I've got this boiler, and it's a really cool unit. It's called the Central Boiler 560, I believe. The unit puts out 200,000 BTUs an hour, and it's 98% efficient, meaning that so it has a gasifier in it, so it burns the wood. The wood heats this big sleeve of water around it, of glycol water that goes and goes to your supply lines and all that. Cycles the boiler, but it also has a gasifier down below where, and this is more of an environmental thing, but it also makes the boiler more efficient. Is that it takes the carbon dioxide coming off and goes into this little jet engine thing that spins. Not a jet engine, it's a little vortex, and it goes, and you get this super concentrated hot that burns all the smoke, which is cool because then it doesn't emit any smoke, which is nice because wood smoke actually kind of sucks when you get in really low pressure systems in the winter because it just goes down to the ground and you breathe it in. So it kind of sucks. It can suck. The way our wind moves around here, it doesn't affect us, but it drops down. It's kind of neat. But anyways, a boiler eliminates that, which is great. It would be so cool to make that gasifier part into a take the gas, extract the gas, and then run a gasifier for electricity. This would be the ultimate cold climate off-grid solution. And I implore anybody who's in this business to please make this, and I will be your biggest screaming advocate, is make a boiler that's also a gasifier. So all you got to do in the winter is just burn wood, and you're getting electricity and you're getting heat. Wouldn't that be incredible? Totally possible. There's no question the technology's there. Nobody's done it. I don't know why, but I did spend, 3 years doing tools development. It's expensive to build things and to develop tools and equipment and prototype things. When I was part of Paper Pot Co. or Growers and Co. Or not Growers and Co. Modern Grower with Diego Footer, we developed a number of tools. I was right involved in the R&D. I had my own tools fab lab that I worked with, sometimes 40 hours a week, going back and forth developing these tools. And it's expensive. I mean, one tool alone, we spent $250,000 on developing and getting to market. It is expensive. And so am I going to get into doing that? No. Because people always throw ideas at you. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? It's like, well, I only have so much time in a day, and I only have so many resources. I'm not a super millionaire. I can't just throw capital everywhere all the time. I have been throwing it at my house, and I'll tell you, it's time for a break. Basically, it's time to slow down on that, because I've been cash flowing this whole project, and so I haven't taken on debt. A little bit of debt here and there, carrying debt, things like that, but no mortgages, no none of that on this land. So yeah. Rogue Spear is Canada's corporation number. There you go. SIC 8880. That's right. You can find it on the US SEC. Again, it's not a smoking gun, right? It's not a smoking gun because it's not a thing to show to your leftist friend and say, see, look, Canada's a corporation. See, they're just gonna be like, so what? Who cares? And they're kind of right. But if you go into the law and start learning about equity and how equity is the base foundation of the Uniform Commercial Code, which is the merchant law system, and you understand that every statute has to have a remedy. So it doesn't matter about the name game, the person, and all that stuff. Every statute has to have a remedy. You don't know where it is, but you know it's there because it has to be built in. Because Western law, the commercial law, is color of law. Statute of law is color of law. Go and look at the Bar Association's website. It used to say it right on the website. We practice color of law. Real law is the Bible. In Western law, real law is the Bible. So I don't care if you're an atheist, an agnostic, you're not a Christian, whatever. I don't care. That doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is there's a Bible in every court, and all Western law is based on the Bible, and that's considered real law. And common law came out of that, and natural law is more just the theory because it's not really how things are or used. And I like natural law, but it's more of how the world ought to be versus how the world is. Is that in the real law, which is the Bible, the written word, is the basis of all law. What they did is they did a little Houdini move where they took law and then they added color of law, and it's a doppelganger. It's like a mirror image of it. And then they've got all of us living in the color of law here. You can access law. You got to know what bridges these things two together. And in my opinion, that's equity. And so once you understand that every statute has to have a remedy, you know that a remedy's there. And so what that means is that if you want to navigate the system and find freedom for yourself, you have to read the law, and there's no easy way around it. People always ask me, hey, Curtis, what's some books I could read about law? I just go, the law. That goes into a whole conversation of what is law. But when I say just read the law, I just mean read the statutes. And so I had a tweet earlier this week. I just said, if you don't like mandates, read them. And so what I mean by that is if here's one example. Here's one example of how, and I'm not going to go down a remedy train, but I will go down a little bit of one. I'll entertain some of it because this one's kind of benign. Is when they brought the mask mandate in, they published a mandate, which is a form of a statute. It's a form of a law that gets passed in the House of Commons or a parliament or whatever the hell it is. And they say, this is now law. You must abide by it. But That's not really how it works, but that's how it's presented, and you assume that, oh, this mandate thing means that everybody has to do it. Because I know in equity that every statute has to have a remedy. That is the way it is. There has to be back doors and ways around, because color of law is not real law. You have to have ways through it so that somebody can access real law, which is equity kind of connects these things. So I knew that it was there. So all I had to do was I found it in 30 seconds. I read the mask mandate, and at the time it might have been Article 4 or Article 8, doesn't matter. You'll find it in there. It says medical exemption. If you have a medical exemption, you don't have to wear a mask. And it didn't say much else, because it didn't say anything about you have to prove what's medically wrong with you or any of that. So I have a medical exemption not to wear a mask. It's that I need to breathe fresh air. That's my medical exemption. And I don't have to even disclose that to them. All I have to say is I have a medical exemption. So that was your remedy right there. So case in point, there's always a remedy. And sometimes there's more remedies than you can even imagine. Sometimes these acts look like a 1950s gangster with a Tommy gun took a just blew bullet holes through it. There's so many remedies in them that it's insane. And this is what the law is so funny, because it's so intimidating for so many people. And I can see why. Of course you can see why, because people are intimidated to read large amounts of paper. But I'm telling you, sometimes it doesn't even take more than 30 seconds to find it, because sometimes it's just right there on the first page right after the preamble, or it's right in the definitions, or it's always easy to find. There are ones that aren't easy to find, though, and I'll let you kind of let your imagination figure that out, but they are there. Is that but you can find them, and they're there. And so it's I don't know. I'm very optimistic about the way things are going when I see that, because I go, why would they let some people do this and not others? And part of the reason for that is that there's a Streisand effect with a lot of these things, what I've discovered. At least that's been my analysis based on interaction with the state. And I've written lots of letters to the state and have a really open dialogue with them. And I find they treat me very well. Once I've shown them that I know what I'm talking about and I know how to leverage the law, and I'm willing to stand pro se in any court, meaning just go as myself, no lawyer, no nothing. Lawyers are a complete waste of money, and it's just a boondoggle for the lawyer, the court, and the judge. But I'm willing to stand pro se anywhere. And they just go, okay, cool. As long as you're not doing things that are in violation of common law, which is to do wrong. So you damage property, you hurt somebody, there's no remedy for those kinds of things. But when it comes to just some lame ordinance that says you must do this because I said this, it's a bunch of BS. I'm just gonna check my generator for a second, because I might turn it off. Just give me 1 second, folks. Be right back. Sorry about that, folks. I also took that as an opportunity to take a whiz. Um, I got to play this game. So right now it's nighttime. We're off grid. We get most of our power from solar, but this time of year, I really leverage my diesel generator. I got a 13 kilowatt Yanmar diesel generator, and it's great because it sips it amazing how much power it produces for so little diesel. But I've been running it probably a total. I ran it in the morning for maybe 2 or 3 hours, and then I'm running it tonight for 2 or 3 hours. I got my batteries to about 65%, but I'm pumping water right now to fill my pond 24/7, which takes a lot of electricity. Well, it takes about I'm pulling with all the loads. Got Starlink running, whatever lights in the house my wife's using, just general electricity running, and I'm pumping water. I'm pulling about 3.6 kilowatts. And so now that I've got my batteries up to about 50, 60%, I'm just going to turn the generator off. I know I never want to charge my batteries full, because what if I get some sun and then so much power comes in so quickly that you don't want to just burn diesel for the sake of burning diesel. So basically it'll turn off now, and then I'm going to keep pumping water overnight, but I've got enough batteries to just do that. And then I'll get a bit of sun tomorrow, and that will help carry that load. And solar is just so much more effective. It charges the batteries so quick. When I get a full sun, 15 kilowatts is coming in right now, right? Boom. Whereas the diesel generator, it has you have to split the power. So I split it towards the load, and I can allocate, and I can change it anytime. I can just log into my Insight thing, it's called, and I can change the battery charge rate, it's called. So I can send, so that generator will produce 13 kilowatts full, but you never use it full. Because it just gets inefficient. Basically, how much kilowatt per liter of diesel you'll get, I find it's optimal about 10 kilowatts, but it can go to. So if I'm allocating about that much power and I get a little spike in load, it'll go and it'll run 13 kilowatts. But I have to dedicate how much of that. Say I'm going 10 kilowatts. I have to say, how much do I want to dedicate towards the load, so that when there's load calling for electricity, it gets it? And how much do I want to dedicate towards charging the batteries? And so the way I've got it balanced is about 50-50. So if I'm just pulling, say, a phantom load of 4 kilowatts, because I'm pumping some water and doing some other stuff, I've got 5 kilowatts dedicated to go to the batteries. If another 2 kilowatts come in of demand, if it goes above 5 kilowatts total, the generator kills, but it doesn't kill. It continues to run, but it's like a breaker, basically. And so if that happens, then I go, okay, I'm going to tweak it a little bit, because I need to have a bit more available for load, because maybe the guys are running a chop saw, or they turn on a table saw, and then it just pulls another 2 kilowatts really quick. And so you want to get it set on average so that doesn't happen as often. And so I often find that takes some playing around of. Once I get into winter and I'm not doing a lot of active loads, and my wife's not, say, going to run laundry, I'll actually change the battery charge rate on that generator at 80% and just have 20% for load. So it'll run at 10 kilowatts. 8 of those kilowatts is going to go into the battery. Boom, boom, boom. Really get it topped up. And then I'm only going to be pulling, a couple kilowatts for just little things. And I'll say to my wife, hey, don't plug the vacuum in or something, And so we have to kind of micromanage a little bit of that. But that's kind of that's the off-grid life. The more I do this, what I've found is it's actually less important to be as conservative on your batteries as you think. There's a sort of an off-grid way, and I've done this myself. I've talked about it in videos too, where you want to incentivize taking electricity when you have it from the sun, which of course makes sense, and load your batteries less. But these batteries have so many cycles that you don't need to do that so much. Yeah, sure, don't plug my Tesla in and just drain the battery every night. No, that's just way too many cycles. But don't worry about things like laundry. That's how I am now. And because it pisses my wife off if she can't just run the laundry. So what I do now is, instead of using the generator during, say, when she's going to do laundry, I'll run the generator at a time when I can be around to kind of just micromanage a bit, because I just like to. I'll charge the batteries up, then I'll just turn it off and then say go do laundry. So she doesn't have to worry about shorting the charge rate on the generator, because then I have to micromanage it and then it's a pain in the butt. So I'd rather not do that. But yeah. Oh, the Ascendant agent says, just signed up for the monthly off grid. I'm really grateful you have that for those who can't afford the lump sum. So hey, that's one thing, guys. I didn't mention this, and I should plug my company, because it's how we make money. Is we last month, so this is a really insane offer. Okay. It's as good as the last offer we offered, but in less of a lump sum. So last month we offered Freedom Farmers Pro, which is a once a year payment. It's about $400. You pay once, you get access to, like, every year you pay once a year, you get access to everything in our platform, which includes the Homestead Accelerator, which is worth that monthly. Okay. The Homestead Accelerator is so valuable. It's insane that we're doing this, but we want to pay it forward. We want people to use our products and enjoy what we've built, because the Freedom Farmers platform is insane. What we've built, it's many years. The app, the community, the mapping software for all the members, the Homestead Accelerator, the 20 courses we have, it's insane. So now you can sign up monthly. So I think it's $40 a month. Basically, you can get access to all the Freedom Farmer stuff. So the 20 courses, the Homestead Accelerator, which is every week me and my team publishing killer A-rated properties to our list on their mapping software. You get access to all that. And we have a community now. And so and we're actually going to be offering a way just to access the community. If you don't want any of the courses, we're going to have an offer for that coming up. But right now, yeah, if you want Freedom Farmers Pro by the month, we've closed the annual offer, because the annual offer is a bit cheaper when you look at the total month, because often offers, when you sell an annual offer versus a monthly offer, let's say a monthly offer is $15 a month. There's 12 months in a year. You'll sell an annual offer at 150. So you get it for 10 months opposed to 12, the cost of 10 months. So that's usually how those values are broken up. But so that's what we have now. So if you want to sign up, just head over to freedomfarmers.com, and that offer's there. And so you can just go to, I'm just going to just look at it right now. Actually, you know what? I'm going to double check if Tim, is this the one here? Yeah, if you just go to freedomfarmers.com, you can sign up and get all of our stuff for $40 a month. And the amount of stuff we have in there is absolutely insane. And that includes from the field too. So from the field is in there as well. So you get everything we do basically. And yeah, the mappings, we have sort of a gamified thing too, where you get, if you use it more, you'll get tokens, which makes it cheaper for you. It'll give you a discount on it and stuff. So no, check that out. It's incredible. So yeah, you're welcome there, Ascending Agent, and and thanks for reminding me to pitch and promote my own company. Here's a good question from Corvette Moonboy. Curtis, what are the top things you recommend most general families do to be more sovereign and off-grid? Most of us can't afford the time and money to geek out as much as you. I mean, I would just make a list of, what are the things you want? Because all these things are just little things. I talk about the 8 forms of capital and how each of those things is a piece of sovereignty, right? So financial independence, biological capital independence. So growing food, that's a part of natural capital. Electricity, having your own off-grid power. You just have general things as in, okay, if you want a little bit, because it's not a 0 to 100, it's 0 to 100. It's not 0 to 1, it's 0 to 100 and everything in between. So if you want a little bit of off-grid power, start with a simple generator, so that if the lights go out at your home, you've got a protocol, get some boat. If you can just get a gas one, get some boat gas, premium boat gas, because it stores for a long time, and just have that, right? So that's step one for your off-grid power. The next way for the first step for off-grid food is just grow some food. This damn fly. So annoying in the fall how flies get all clumsy and they just like fly into you. But start with something, right? Start growing something, right? That's the step one. Water. I was like food, water, energy, shelter, the main four things that you need to live. So what can you do to, you're living in a suburban home that's on the main water utility in your area. What can you do to get some water independence? Have some water storage. Have some amount of, maybe a few 100 liters of water that you've got stored, that if the water goes out, you've got drinking water. And then maybe start doing some rainwater collection on your home with IBC totes, right? So you got some water there. And then just other ways you can make, off grid is also really part of just doing things efficiently. Like, so one thing homes can do everywhere, and I did this in my home in Kelowna, and it paid itself off really well, is when we did that EMF paint. What I didn't say in that video is that at that time, I also, or maybe I did say it in that video, but it wasn't part of it because it wasn't important to the video. But at that time, I also re-sided my house, which is just that crappy glass 80s, 90s stucco garbage that they would just broken glass. You know what I'm talking about? That rough wall surfaces. We literally just went right over top of that. We didn't strip any of it off. No point. Just go right. We just strapped 1/4 inch strapping over top, and then put 1.5 inch rigid insulation. At the time, we did the rigid rock wool stuff. It was still about R7 or R8. Did that, and then did re-siding. Then we did hardy plank siding. I painted that black. That's why that video is called paint. Why did I paint my house black? It's not because I actually painted it back. I just did for a day because I painted the EMF shield on it first. Then I painted green over top of that to get the color that I wanted. But that alone was a big step towards off-grid because it makes your house more efficient. So if you have to heat your house less and holds heat better, that's better, right? Because resources are scarce. So that's that's some food for thought there. But basically, what you can do is start going towards those things. Resurrection Profits. The system that I'm going right now is a 28 480 watt panels. That's good. 480 watts. Mine are 435, I think. So they're getting better. You got a 15 kilowatt solar arc inverter and 19 kilowatt homestead stack of battery. 19 kilowatt hours, you mean, of battery storage? Right on. Yeah, good for you. That's a start, right? That's a pretty good system. That's more than a start. That's you probably spending some cash on that. I would guess you might be in it for 30-40 grand maybe at this point with the racks and stuff like that. But yeah, no, it's good. And I would encourage people too, if you're going if you're a homestead that has infrastructure on it, unlike mine, start grid tied. Do a grid tie system. What I would, and grid tie's easy because then you can just get solar in there and whatnot. But what I would do if you're a prepper, because some people just think, oh, grid tied, great. But it's like, no, but if the grid goes down, you're fucked. There's nothing there. You're just putting extra solar into the grid and getting a rebate, which there's the case to be made for that, right? There's something there. But you want to have some battery storage, and even better, what I would do if I were to build another off-grid system or that was grid tied, is I would run a completely parallel system. And a buddy of mine just did this, and it's fantastic. Actually, 2 friends of mine in this area did it, and it's super cool because then you can just hit a breaker and then you're just off grid. So you can use the grid, and you've got ways that connects to the main, system of your home. But it's unlike a grid tie because a grid tie doesn't have any independence when the grid's gone. Really, it can when you get Tesla Powerwalls, which I did in Kelowna, but only for a period of time. They don't go that long, and they don't do that great off grid because they don't have a switch to talk to a generator and stuff like that integrated. I mean, might be a way to do it, but Tesla Powerwalls aren't great for off grid. Nobody uses them for off grid. They're not meant for off grid. They're meant for mass market grid tie system, which is fine. But if you want to be off grid, you need something else. So I would make a parallel system and have an area that's just tied to the grid, and then that connects, but then you could basically just shut that off, and then you're off grid. And the cool thing if you did something like that is that you can kind of Lego stack it as you go. And my buddy, a neighbor of mine who did that, that's what he's done. And he's just kind of kept upgrading his system as he goes. And it was a really smart way to do it. Really, really smart. See, that wasn't an option for me because it was too much to get on the grid. It would cost me the same to get on the grid as it did to get off the grid. So there's just no point of going on the grid. I wanted to be off grid anyways. I like being off grid. And in the long term, I think it's going to pay for itself. It's going to be worth it. Any thought on excess solar for crypto? Yeah, sure. It's not cheap to get into that right now. Like it's not. I priced it out because I've looked at it. It's 20 grand. It was 20 grand to do that, and I have better things to spend 20 grand on right now. So, but yeah, no, it would be. All said and done. Everything's there. Absolutely. I could mine crypto for 8 months of the year pretty good and still have power to charge my car and do all kinds of stuff. And when I looked at doing that, because a buddy of mine has done that for a long time, and a neighbor here, and he said the best way to do it is you get on those pools, mining pools. So you're just mining in a group opposed to individuals. And so that way it allows you to go in and out of it, which would be off my context. So no, but I have looked at that extensively. In fact, I even put features in this building here to accommodate where to put all that hardware when I need it. But it's just, I've got better things to spend money on for many years until I prioritize that, because the core function of this homestead, to be as resilient as possible, is more important than mining crypto right now. But sure, yeah, mining crypto would be sweet. But I just don't have an extra. I got other places to spend that 20 grand right now, basically. So that's what I would say to that. Yeah, I've heard that about powdered biochar. That's interesting. Yeah. Just looking at your guys' chats here. Oh, there was another there wasn't a lot of from the field chats. I'll refresh this. There was So yeah, when it comes to stuff we use for our off-grid, because yeah, our gray water system right now basically just goes into a primary drainage and it just drains down our mountain very slowly. So all of our soap, our shower water, if a kid takes a piss in the shower or something like that, it all that goes down. We don't have black water right now because we're composting toilets, but we will have a septic once the house is finished. I have the tank and the septic field stuff and everything for it now, place to do it. But yeah, no, it's just to use when you're off grid. If you're already using organic and natural products, which is us exclusively, you won't find a conventional chemical based product in our home, whether it's something to clean the sink or anything. You'll find no toxic. My wife is absolutely Hitler when it comes to cleaning products in our home, and you will not find anything toxic in our home. And so that's all it is. So all that stuff can go down the drain into the gray water, and it's inert, and it's fine. I've got a grease trap in our gray water for the cabin, but the house will have, it's just all goes into the septic. But we have a grease trap here. I built it last summer, and it basically, so when it drains out before it goes into the main drainage, it goes into a grease trap. I just built it with a tote, and then there's a pipe that goes in on the high side of the tote, and then on the other side there's a pipe that goes down. So it only takes, because all the fats and oils coagulate up top and they float, and so it all flows downhill. But when it flows down to this one, the water, the stuff floats up top, and so it just gets clean water that goes through. And then once a year I go in and I pull that lid off. It's disgusting. It is the worst. It's the worst thing. I hate doing it. It takes me about half an hour to an hour to do it, because I don't have a thing to just suck it all out with, because I don't want to all that. I basically scoop it out. And so I just take this lid off. I've got it all insulated so that snow can go on top of it and everything, and it does. But I just take this lid off and I just scoop all this crap out, and I just bury it. It's fuck all. There's barely anything there, but that's what I do. So that's what I would say, going on that tangent about what cleaning products to use and such. That's what I would say to that. People talking about G. Edward Griffin speaking on that stuff. Man, John Birch Society is still amazing. I still watch John Birch Society. John Birch Society have been putting out gravy since the 1960s, right in the McCarthy era. That's when they started. And they were warning people about communism because it was a real threat. It was a real threat. And was it the guy when McCarthy later admitted that and disclosed that he found where the communists were, and it was the government. Amazing. But John Birch Society, the real deal, man. And another guy who comes out of there, Alex Newman. I really, really enjoy his commentary. This guy he's like Patrick Wood, or if you like Rosa Corey, they're a real technocrat. Another one is what's that woman down in Northern California? I get her emails endlessly. Deborah something. Anyways, these people are really good at watching the elites, and they read the documents, and they show you the stuff. And you follow guys like that, and then you can just, especially if you're not intimidated by reading law, you can get this sort of macro. This is what I do. This is kind of how this is a big part of how I've navigated the New World Order for quite a number of years, and found remedy from them as a result. But because I just go deeper. So I listen to guys like Patrick Wood, Rosa Corey, she's dead now, but was listening to her for years. Alex Jones, still listen to Alex Jones. Alex Newman. I like Mike Adams. I listen to Mike Adams. But I don't listen to a ton of other stuff. Just I don't have the time. In the winter, I have more time for it. When I'm, on the 6 warmer months of the year, I'm so busy. But so I listen to them. Guy like Alex Newman, if you had to just pick one to know what the globalists are up to, Alex Newman pretty much gives you the best part without. Alex Jones will give it to you too, but 70% of his him just ranting and just doing his thing, which is entertaining and amusing. I do find it amusing. But if you want the real gravy, you can just go right to Alex Newman. The New American is one of their publications. Give you the gravy. Where is the tyranny coming from? What is it? And then I just go and read their act or their chart. So he'll talk about UN stuff, WHO stuff, Johns Hopkins, like in the case of the scandemic and all that. And then I just go right to their documents. Alex Jones too, man. He did a good job during the scamdemic of showing you right what you needed to look at. And I would just go straight to those documents. SPARS pandemic. What's it called? I always forget because it's a word salad. It was that Rockefeller document that came through the WHO and the UN. that had that lockstep chapter. That document just tells you, they just tell you straight up what they're going to do. And so, if you want to just follow less people, I would say, check out Alex Newman or Patrick Wood. I follow Patrick Wood's blog, Technocracy News. But yeah, that's how I kind of keep up to them. Or Richard Grove. Richard Grove, though, he more just kind of does this really long form thing. I find it hard to listen to 7 hours of content. And I know he says you got to split it up, but it's kind of hard to do that. It's just not that convenient. I kind of like a daily report. I like a report from somebody. And Alex Newman is, I think I would say he's my top guy right now. If I just want to know what the hell these globalists are up to and what they're going to do next. Alex Newman will give it to you. Patrick Wood will give it to you. Alex Jones will sensationalize it for you and make it entertaining. And sometimes it's worth a laugh, sometimes it is. And then Alex Jones will spend time looking at crazy leftists doing stuff like that. And sometimes maybe you want that for a laugh, but most of the time it's just not worth it for me. Because I don't have time, but that's where I get gravy from, basically. Yeah, ages 0 to 44, death rate is the highest. It's insane. But hey, we all knew that was going to happen. So, I'm not surprised. It doesn't, I'm done being angry about it. You want to take this shot, even though what they promised it was going to do for you completely changed every month. Okay. It's ridiculous. So I don't really care to convince anybody of any of that anymore. You want to take it? Hey, your funeral. Took my dad, took a lot of people I know's relatives, and told my dad not to take the damn shot. Wife made him take it. And, is what it is. But that's the journey. That's life, that's the journey we're on. And yeah. Can you talk about storing diesel? How much do you keep? How do you treat it? I don't treat it. Don't need to. I mean, I haven't needed to. I'm just finishing my one tidy tank I had. I'll store anywhere between 600 liters to 1,200 liters at once of diesel. I got two 600-liter tanks. And one of those is plumbed directly to my generator. And that one I've been over a year and a half, 18 months. I've been on that diesel. 2 winters already using the same diesel. Haven't filled it up since. I should just started to put a bit more in it today. So I just started and stored it in tidy tanks, and I don't treat it. My gasoline I treat, because I buy gasoline once a year. So I buy bulk fuel. If you're off grid, this is a huge thing. Look into buying bulk fuel. But yeah, I buy full bulk fuel, and it's amazing. I mean, it's amazing because I don't have to go to the gas station. I don't like going to gas stations. They're also transitory places that often crimes are committed to, and shit hits the fan scenarios. They're off, and not even just shit, just crimes being committed. Gas stations are sketchy, especially at night. But anyways, so I don't go to gas stations. I buy fully commercial marked fuel. And so yeah, diesel I don't treat. So I just get the colored diesel for my machines and my equipment and my generator. It's 30 cents cheaper a liter than retail. 30 cents cheaper. Okay. So, and I buy twice a year probably for diesel, because I use more diesel because I use it for my machines. Once I'm out of construction phase, I'll be doing that a lot less. But yeah, so I just store diesel in those tidy tanks, and I sometimes they'll deliver to me in the summer. I don't want those trucks coming up here, the filling trucks. It damages my driveway too much. So what I can do is, when they deliver, sometimes I'll drive my tidy tank to the bottom of my driveway. If I I can do both of them. I'll take them both down there. I got to take them with my skids here one at a time, or I can take them down my trailer. But or I can take my trailer to town, and I've got a dump trailer, which is amazing for off-grid garbage. That's a subject that I've never talked about. I'll talk about that next. Off-grid garbage. What do you do with your garbage? Because nobody's picking up my garbage. But yeah, so I can get those tanks filled up in a couple different ways. Either they'll deliver it to me, which is a negligible cost. They charge you an extra cent per liter when you're saving 30 cents per liter. Who cares? But they will. But they'll only come up my driveway to the top in the summer, and even then I don't like them to do it. So I can take one of them. Sometimes I'll just take the canopy off my truck. I've got a Toyota Tacoma. I can load one of those tidy tanks on that truck. I take it down to the card lock, fill it up, drive it back up, boom, unload it, park it. I've got a place where I keep my tanks. And yeah, so I've got a couple different, I've got 2 gas tanks, and I've got 2, so I can hold 1,200 liters of gas and diesel. And so I usually do. I fill up gas literally once a year. But I drive my Tesla most of the time for just commuting back and forth. I'm driving my Tesla, and it's charged by the sun. And in the winter, not as much, because we're not getting as much sun, but we don't drive as much either. So I've got studded winter tires on my Tesla, and it's all-wheel drive. So it actually drives my driveway incredibly well, even in bad conditions, because the low center of gravity keeps it so balanced. But so yeah, I keep all that fuel and gasoline. Because I only buy gasoline once a year, I put stabilizer in it, and that seems to work just fine. And I've had that tank last more than a year. This year it lasted more than a year. It lasted 14 months, and I had stabilizer in it, and it worked fine, and no noticeable difference in anything. Diesel, don't need to do that. Maybe some people say you do, but I don't know. I've gotten 18 months out of diesel on my generator, and it runs optimally, looks good. Service that thing every now and then, and it looks fantastic. So that's what I would say to that. Okay, here's subject. Nobody asked this, but I thought about it, and I've seen people ask me this in the chat before, about garbage. What do we do about our garbage? It's a good question, because as much as I'd like to say we don't have garbage, but we do, because we're doing construction. There's tons of garbage, and even we still buy stuff. We still have garbage, right? We get something from Amazon. There's tons of cardboard and whatnot. I don't recycle cardboard anymore. It's a complete waste of time. I just take it to the dump. It's just so much easier. It breaks down, and it's recycling cardboard is a pain in the ass. It's the most time-consuming thing. I recycle all my clear plastics and glass and tin, aluminum. We're trying to drink way less things from aluminum. We still do from time to time, but so I recycle all that stuff. I either burn my cardboard, or I just take it to the dump. And so my off-grid garbage is basically, I have a dump trailer. So it's a dual axle dump trailer. It's sweet. This thing is life-changing, because before I was hand bombing everything I took to the dump, which sucks. So basically I just use my dump trailer as a dumpster, and I'm building a roof for it right now, just so it doesn't get covered in snow, and then all your garbage gets wet, and then it weighs twice as much. I had wet garbage last time I went to the dump. It cost me 150 bucks. This time I kept it dry, and it cost me 60 bucks. So more than half. So anyways, I use this dump trailer. I've got a just simple 2x4 with plywood and plastic roof, and then I just take off or I just strap it down. But so I just throw our garbage in that, and I basically, since I just went to the dump today, and another thing that was on my winter list, all the construction stuff, just cleaned it up. I'm so cleaned up this winter. I'm so stoked. It could be snow apocalypse right now, and now I'd be like, I don't care. I'm so prepared. I got everything off the ground. And but anyways, that's what I do. So I accumulate with construction and all that. It takes about 1 month, and at certain stages of construction it was way quicker, but it's been about 1 month of garbage, and then I take it down every month. Going into winter now, and I'm shutting down construction until the new year, taking a break. I'll be able to fill that dump trailer all winter, and then I'll take it down in the spring. And I don't like pulling my trailer down my driveway in the winter. I can do it, and as long as I'm coming up empty, it's okay. But I cannot drive a trailer up my driveway loaded in the winter. Just not going to happen. Just not happening. It's so. How many amps do I charge my Tesla at home? I've got two different breakers for it. One's 24 and then one's 32. I'll only use the 32 in the summer, and it's like there's just so much sun coming in. I'll crank it at 32, but I mostly use the 24 one. Actually, it's in a different location because then I've got one that's outside, and so in the summer I keep the car out of this little garage here, so that I've got a kind of a tools or a irrigation sort of set up on the wall over there behind the car, and so I like not having the car in here in the summer. But if you're gonna have an electric car, you have to keep it inside, especially if you're not on a. This is one thing people don't realize about electric cars is if you don't keep them warm in the winter, you just constantly, your battery just dies and dies and dies. So that's the main reason. Well, and my car is in here with my lithium ion batteries for my off-grid system as well. But I have a reason to keep this warm, at least warm enough so that battery is not diminishing. And, but yeah, if you're off grid and you want an electric car and you're in a cold climate, you have to keep that car warm. If you don't, don't have an electric car. It's not worth it. It'll just die. I don't know why people so butthurt about Tesla. Why are you so butthurt about Tesla? Oh, it's so anti-off grid. It's like, dude, any new car is anti-off grid. It's the same thing as in any new vehicle can track you and trace you and lock the doors and do all kinds of stuff. So people riff on me about Tesla, but I'll tell you what I like about Tesla is it's an incredibly good product. You know, Elon Musk, say what you will about him. Maybe he's the Antichrist. I don't know. I don't care. He makes good products. I use his products. Like I've had this car for 5 years and it is incredible. It is just as nice and new as it was when I bought it. It's a nice car. Like if you've ever driven in a Tesla, not a Model 3 or a Model Y, those are the poser models. No offense, people, but the real experience of the nice car is in the Model S and the Model X, and maybe the Cybertruck, maybe. But talk about a car that is just engineered to make you have a nice experience. It's comfortable. People think I get blasted with EMF in that Model X. Not at all. Not at all. It's no more than walking into a city and just walking around. It's less actually. So it's a super comfortable car. It's super safe. Model X, hands down, the safest vehicle ever made. Still today, cannot be demoed. Just can't roll. It's just super safe. Yeah, Teslas are blowing up because a couple truthers shared videos about Teslas blowing up. There's hundreds of millions of Teslas, and the odd one blowing up that's happening in gas vehicles day in and day out. But nobody reports on that because everybody has a gas vehicle, but everybody reports on it if it's a Tesla. And that car is free to drive if you don't count how much it costs, because it's an expensive car. Don't get me wrong, but it's free to drive for me 10 months of the year. I literally charge it from the sun 10 months of the year. How cool is that? And so for me, electric vehicles I'm just hedging my bets. I know the New World Order wants to get rid of petroleum. Okay. So if you can see that that's what they're going to do, and you're just leveraging more petroleum things, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot because those things will not be available. So for me, if it's zombie apocalypse tomorrow and there's no gas or diesel anywhere, I've got enough that I can store here for a while. I can store with my 600 liters tied to my generator. It's 6 years of diesel, and I might have to put stabilizer in it to get that many years out of it, but I can hold 6 years of diesel because my generator only consumes about 100 liters a year because I only burn it for 1 month of the year, maybe 2 months. So the Tesla, go back to the Tesla, is it's a nice car. It's safe. Um, it's a very human experience in that car. I mean, it's really nice. In my Model X, I can open the doors for people by a button. You walk into the passenger. I don't, instead of getting out and opening the door for my wife, I just hit a button and it opens for her, and she still feels like she's had a door open for her. So it's quite nice. Um, and they just work, and you don't need to fix anything on them. They just work. Like, you don't need to change the oil. You don't have to change the brake fluid. You'll never. I have friends that have had the first generation Model S from 2013, still haven't changed the brakes with 30, 200, 300,000 kilometers of on there. So I love that car. It's great. Am I worried that it's going to drive me to the gulag? Not really. Not any more than I would be my Tacoma, though my Tacoma doesn't have autopilot. And my Tesla can autopilot my driveway. Believe it or not, it's insane. It's scary. I don't trust it, but it does it. I've tried it, and I'm like, wow, okay. I turn it off. But so yeah, it can drive you to the gulag. Do I think Elon Musk is going to initiate some great roundup and drive people to the gulags in their Teslas? No, I don't see any evidence for that whatsoever. But he makes good products, right? Starlink, I would not be doing this live stream without Starlink. I cannot get any kind of internet. Satellite internet sucks for the most part. Starlink knocked it out of the park. It's a great product. It's fairly inexpensive for what it is, and it's limitless. So I used to have ExploreNet up here, and it's terrible. I'd have to watch every YouTube video on the lowest resolution. I wouldn't be able to stream. And maybe they've changed, and I've heard they've changed. And then Twitter. I'm using Twitter now. It's another Elon Musk product. It's a good product. So I don't know, what to say. Is Elon Musk the Antichrist? Is he a pawn of the New World Order? I don't know. How do you know? Who cares? Who cares? Because you could be driving a Toyota Tacoma, and maybe Mr. Toyota is part of the New World Order too. So, I pick my battles, and so I don't really care. But I do love Tesla products. They're good cars. I don't like the Model 3. It's too small. The Model Y is a bit too small for me too. But I like the Model X and I like the Model S. And I bought one of those tickets for the Cybertruck, but I don't think I want it. Maybe I can sell it or something. I think I'd rather have a normal looking truck. The biggest problem with the Model X is everybody in town. I think I'm the only one in this town that I'm close to that has it. And so everybody knows it's me driving around, and the damn Falcon Wing doors always get people's attention. So every time I'm unloading my kids when I'm going to somewhere, people are, oh, and you talk to some doofus about, oh, cool car, man. And that kind of gets old. Does my grease ever get maggots in it? No, not that I've seen. Maybe if I left it out somewhere on the ground in time, it would. The grease on the compost pile, yeah, absolutely. That's actually what I did. I put it in my composting toilet bucket. No, of course it's not as on the Tesla. Of course it's not as fast. It's fine though, because what do you need 200 amp? So the Tesla superchargers are amazing. It's probably the best. It's one of the best features about Tesla as far as just vehicles is concerned, is because there's electric vehicles and then there's Tesla. Just like how there's crypto and there's Bitcoin. They're totally different things. Most electric vehicles suck, and the infrastructure for them is non-existent. Because I use I use some of the non-Tesla charge stations. They're called flow stations. I use them from time to time if I'm in an area that doesn't have a Tesla charger, and they're about half the speed as the Tesla chargers. Tesla chargers is like 20 minutes. You're up to like 80% from 5%. Boom. These other ones, hour and a half. Seriously. So it's no comparison there. But you don't need fast charging when you're not on the road, because you come home and you're home for a period of time. So on the 6 months of the year when I'm driving my car more the warmer months of the year. When I'm driving the Tesla more, I'm going back and forth between, say, Kelowna, my old hometown, or something like that. And I need to charge there. I'm starting full from home. So if I come home from a trip, and I can do most of my commuting, I can do on one charge there and back. Not commuting, but well, yeah, absolutely commuting. But if I have to go do a short trip, there's a number of other bigger areas that I go to from time to time here. And it's like a kind of couple hour drive or something like that and back. I can do that on one charge, especially in the summer. In the winter, no. So when I come home, I just plug the car in, and then all I need is one full sunny day, and that car is charged for the most part. And so that's not that big of a deal. Don't really need a 200 amp charger. The infrastructure to put that into your electrical setup for 200 amps is ridiculous. It's not worth the money. It's not worth the effort. So just looking at my inverters to make sure my water's still pumping. So I don't worry about it. So it's just not needed. Yeah, EVs catching fires. No, you don't hear a lot about EVs catching fires. You hear the odd story that sensationalizes it, and then especially truthers like Max Egan, who I love, don't get me wrong, but he likes to rail on Tesla. And fine, I don't care. It's not a sacred cow for me. Talk shit about Tesla all you want. I'm not offended. But they're catching fire. No, they're not. They're not at all. There's hundreds of millions of Tesla cars out now, and you hear a story about a couple on fire, and then you think that's a lot. It's not a lot. And it's the same people saying, because guys too, like Cliff High and stuff like that. I like him. He's great, but he likes to rail on Tesla too. And I can see why. It's easy to see how Elon Musk might be part of the New World Order, but that doesn't mean that car is going to drive you to the gulag or explode to kill you. So there's not a lot of stories about Tesla's catching fire. You're just interpreting sensationalization in the media and assuming that is a lot, but that's what media does. That's by design. It's actually not a lot. Look at the frequency and look at the amount of Teslas that have lit fire based on how many are on the road, how many production models are out there. It's not even close to the amount of gas and petroleum vehicles that blow up all the time. It's not even close. So don't tell me that my Tesla is going to explode. Hey, maybe it will, but my Toyota Tacoma might explode too. My diesel generator might explode too. So, what about electromagnetic fields sterilizing children? Well, I don't know if EMF sterilizes kids. It certainly is not good for you, and we don't live around EMF. I'm using Wi-Fi right now here, but our home is going to be completely wired, just like it was in Kelowna, no Wi-Fi. But Wi-Fi I'll turn on every now and then, and it's convenient, right? Because it's easy for me to set up in my shop where I don't have my desk normally. I can set up here and do a live stream. So Wi-Fi is very convenient. And if you're not close to it, it's less harmful for you. So EMF it really falls off the cliff. Like they say, your cell phone, it says right in the owner's manual of your cell phone, don't put it right by your head. Because if you're even 10 centimeters to your ear, you're at max in your head, but you just move it a foot away and it drops off significantly. So electromagnetic frequencies are worse the closer you are to them. And we can't completely get away from all of them because they're integrated into a lot of things that people use for modern conveniences today. Having said that, I don't like smart technology. Our house, everything's analog as far as our appliances and all that, all analog, all really simple stuff. I don't like smart technology, any of that shit that has Bluetooth and stuff connected to it. I don't have any of that. And I don't like Bluetooth typically, though I'll use it from time to time. I find it's the lamest technology that never works. Does anybody else have a problem with Bluetooth? Just never connects to your stereo, just drops out, or it's just so shitty. It's such a lame. I just want an 1/8 of an inch stereo jack and plug into the car stereo, plug into I got a little DeWalt speaker, that thing there. It's okay most of the time, but sometimes it just doesn't connect and it's so annoying. But yeah. Cops can ground you with the push of a button if you have a Tesla. The remote connectivity is worrisome. Don't believe that. I'd say you prove that to me. Send me the document. See, I've been a truther for so long that I just don't believe most of what people claim. And I don't think that people make claims are necessarily bad people, but I just know how it works because I've been a truther for so long that you get caught up in a cultural zeitgeist and then you repeat a thing. And the thing that's crazy is that truthers do the same thing that people that have been propagandized by the mainstream media do. And I'm not saying that you're necessarily doing, but that happens is you get these sort of this game of telephone where everybody just plays this game. And I see it all the time. You watch because I don't have to watch all these truther videos anymore because I've seen this shit for so long, but I see this happening. You see it with COVID. You saw it with the QAnon thing. The QAnon thing was almost as dumb as the COVID thing when you really put it into perspective. Oh, Trump's going to save the day. There's all these white hats and it's this big orchestration and they're moving kids out of the dumbs. And it's so retarded. It's just as retarded as putting 4 masks on your face. It really is. But people got sucked into it either way. But this is what happens. And it just drives me crazy. Like, don't make claims like that because it's just, you don't know that. Cops can ground you at the push of a button if you have a Tesla. I bet you they can ground you if you have a Lexus, a new Lexus. I bet you they can ground you if you have a Maserati. I bet you they can ground you if you got the latest Highlander Toyota. It's the same shit for all these vehicles. Tesla is no different than any new vehicle, really. It's just way nicer and it's quiet and it's clean. And like, I don't like gas. I like electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are so practical in so many different ways. But I understand that they're a total scam for the most people. And the only reason the new world, and I did a video about this, about my Tesla, and I totally call it out on the record. I did this last year. Electric vehicles are a complete scam for 95% of people that use them. But for me, they're super practical. For my off-grid context, it's awesome because I don't have to go to a gas station. I don't have to do any regular maintenance on this car. It just works. It's just Tesla has done what most companies don't do. I'd say Toyota is the only other company that really makes a vehicle that is always starts. Toyotas always start. I love Toyotas. I've owned 3 Toyotas. I had a Prius, and then I had a RAV4 hybrid, and then I had my Tacoma, which I've had for 4 or 5 years now. Toyotas, I love them. They work, right? They're gas, right? If you want diesel, maybe you get into something else, like a good Ram with a Cummins engine or something like that. But good vehicles, okay? Tesla is like Toyota. Their vehicles work. Their warranties are solid. You know, I'm not here pitching it. It's just like, I just like to talk about it because I'm somewhat passionate about them and I like them. And I just find it really annoying when all these truthers get so butthurt that how could Curtis be a truther? How could he be off grid if he's driving a Tesla? Well, I think I made the case, but Curtis, you should test the magnetic field in your Tesla. Yeah, I have. I've said this in so many live streams. I've tested it. I have an EMF reader, and it's my EMF reader tests on 4 scales. It says it goes it's green where it's 0. I forget what the numbers are, but it's basically non-existent or not harmful. And then there's a moderate level of risk. Then there's a high level of risk, and then there's an extreme level of risk, and they're all this much to EMF, so on and so forth. The Tesla is moderate. If I was walking in downtown Kelowna, I get more EMF walking in downtown Kelowna than I do driving in my Tesla. So I have tested it, and it's totally reasonable. And in fact, I did it, and I even mentioned it I think I mentioned it in that EMF video from years ago, because when I did that to my home, I hired a guy named Ross Anderson. He's a friend of mine. He's a naturopathic doctor. I've been a friend of mine for years. He also does live blood analysis and stuff, but he does EMF testing, and he had an EMF business for years. And I consulted him to do my house. And he came with these way more advanced readers, and he read everything in our house. He told us where rooms should be shielded more based on cell towers that are nearby, whatnot. And he drove in my Tesla with me, and he tested it, and he was flabbergasted on how little EMF there was in it. And so the Model X, I haven't tested all of them, but I can tell you the Model X has the same amount of EMF in it as a new gas-powered vehicle. It's no more than you would get walking around a town. In fact, it's less than downtown Kelowna. I walked downtown Calgary once, and I had my Tesla. I was on a trip to Calgary, and I had my EMF reader with me at the time, and I turn it on. I'm in the Tesla. It's moderate, and I went to drive downtown Calgary, and it was extreme. So just if you're walking downtown Calgary, you're getting probably 3 or 4 times more the EMF you would if you were driving a Tesla Model X. So I have tested it, and yeah, it's not a big deal. Whether all Tesla is, I don't know. I've only tested the Model X. I actually met a guy at a charging station once. I was doing a road trip through Northern California. I was coming up through Crescent City, and I was, as I do, often bullshitting with guys at the Tesla stations, the Tesla chargers. And there was a time before Tesla got more mainstream where most Tesla drivers were actually quite cool. They weren't all a bunch of crazy liberals as you would imagine. They are now because there's just so many more Teslas on the road. But there was this sort of golden era. It ended about 2 years ago, but you could drive around. I did my first road trips around the United States in that car around this time. There's a sort of golden era where you could drive up to any supercharger station and you never had to wait ever. It was just pull up, charge, go, boom. Now, especially California, oh my goodness, every station in California is madness. You have to wait. And so that's not convenient. And that's why electric vehicles are only really practical if you have good charging infrastructure at home. If you're having to go to stations all the time to charge, it sucks. You're just waiting. You're sitting there on your phone, sitting in your car. It's really lame. I don't do that. 90% of my driving, I don't have to do that. And so, no, it's good. It's great. There's a journalist that said his car had taken him remotely off a cliff. Maybe. I don't know. It's there's just so much speculation. Everybody that talks shit about Tesla doesn't have one or drive one or hasn't even. I bet you, like, because the two guys that I like that I listen to from time to time, though not very often, is Cliff High and Max Egan. I like those guys. But they like to rail on electric vehicles every now and then. And I bet you they've never driven one. Because if you've been in a Model X, it's hard not to like it. Like it is, I've never been a car guy. I'm not a car guy at all. I just kind of like a vehicle to serve a utility. But I bought that car because I was at where we had our family was expanding, and we needed a comfortable vehicle. I always need a truck. I got a truck. I always got a truck, but I wanted a comfortable family vehicle, and I didn't want to buy a lame minivan, and I didn't want a gas-powered vehicle because if we're off grid, my system amortizes far faster for myself if I can charge my car, because I produce so much excess electricity for 6 months of the year that if I don't have a place to use it, I'm just letting it go into the air and not getting value out of my system that I could be. So I had a strong incentive to have an electric vehicle, and I knew I wanted to be off grid. I bought this car before I was off grid, but I knew I wanted to be off grid. And my home was solar powered in Kelowna too, so I charged it then too. So it amortizes quicker if you have a place to dump excess electricity. So, yeah, in the Bay Area, yes, a Model 3 every few seconds. There's so many Teslas in California. It's insane. They're mostly Model 3s. But still there's lots of, it's Southern California. You see the S's and the X's everywhere too. And you'll probably start seeing the Cybertrucks too soon in Texas. But yeah. What else are you guys saying here? That's all I really need to say about Tesla. But I like my vehicle. So comfortable. I mean, I love doing road trips on it. My wife and I and the kids went to a near not so nearby hot spring, but hot spring, a little day trip to go there. Spent a couple nights, come back. It's just so nice doing road trips in that car because the autopilot is so convenient. I do all the driving. My wife rarely ever drives. She drives if she goes on her own or something, but I do all the driving when we're a family. To be able to go in and out of autopilot, grab something, pass something to the kids. Oh, my wife's got a sandwich for me, I can eat a sandwich, and it's so convenient. It really makes traveling very enjoyable because normally traveling in a vehicle isn't that enjoyable, but traveling in that car, and the sound system is amazing. When I do, because I often have to just go to town myself or whatever, I spend a decent amount of time in that vehicle by myself, and I listen to music, and I'm a total audiophile. And so I'm listening to really good jazz, and I listen to music loud, not loud where it hurts my ears, but my hearing's already somewhat damaged from so many years of playing punk rock and loud live music that my hearing's kind of hurting. But I like to listen to music because I like to feel the bass, especially with jazz, because jazz music, the bass, if it's upright, and I listen to a lot of just trio jazz, just piano, upright bass, and drums. And the bass isn't like listening to hip hop bass. It's like, I hate that. I can't stand that. But I like to have it loud enough where I can hear it. And, that car, because it's quiet, because there's very little road noise. Now that I got my studded tires on, there's a bit more road noise, but there's very little road noise because it's so ergonomically built and there's no gas engine. It's quiet. So when you listen to music, you hear everything, which for me as an audiophile, I geek out on that. Yeah, Frank Zappa. I was listening to funny Crew Slut the other day, Frank Zappa, and I every couple years I go back and watch old Frank Zappa interviews because I just like Frank Zappa. I don't listen to a ton of his music, but I do like it, and I think he was a pretty cool dude. He was kind of like the George Carlin of music, of prog rock. He's a total truther, and he was super awake, and he was a musical genius. So no, I like Zappa. John Zorn, no, I hate John Zorn. I can't stand John Zorn. I mean, Masada John Zorn, yes. John Zorn, where it's musical, and he went into that, but John Zorn, that's just that kind of stuff. I can't stand that wanky jazz. I hate that shit where nothing, it's just totally atonal and polytonal. But no, John Zorn, Masada John Zorn, that era of John Zorn, love John Zorn. But yeah, I'm quite opinionated on jazz artists. Throw any other. Yeah, Masada's amazing. And I really like if you like that Masada stuff, if you like Bill Frisell, Bill Frisell, kind of jazz guitar player. I've listened to him for 20 years. His stuff that's sort of John Zorny, album called Intercontinental, kind of like that. I love that stuff. Um, so yeah. Chick Corea, love Chick Corea. Love Bill Evans. Of course, love all the classics, Miles Davis, Coltrane. I have a thing for and I think I know why. I didn't know why for the longest time. I have a thing for drummers, jazz drummers who are composers. I think it was because when I was a teenager, I really liked the band, and I liked what's his name, Lee Von Helm. I always thought it was cool that the drummer was the singer, and or one of the singers. And then I liked the Eagles as a kid because my mom and dad listened to the Eagles, and I liked how what's his name, the drummer, was the best singer. Um, but with jazz, um, I loved Buddy Rich, the early Buddy Rich. I loved it. I loved how this guy was a madman, and but a brilliant conductor. And the cool thing about drummers often make good band leaders, especially with like big band or jazz ensembles, because a drummer is so physically involved that in a way they're already conducting. So, you imagine a conductor in front of a symphony and they're guiding things here in this way as their physical movements. Jazz, drummers do that. And, when you get good, like Elvin Jones, I love Elvin Jones, early, jazz drummer, composer. Guy I really, really like right now is Nate Smith. Or Larnell Lewis. I really like Larnell Lewis, jazz drummer, composer, band leader. But Nate Smith, man, Nate Smith is just an animal. And yeah, Phil Collins too, right? Yeah, I loved Phil Collins as a kid. I still like Phil Collins. Yeah, his kind of schlocky 80s stuff is actually really good. I mean, great Phil Collins song is what's that one? It's a duo. About the chick has that killer drum intro at the beginning. Not going to mind, but yeah, Billy Kilson. D Prince said Billy Kilson played with Dave Holland. So I've got to think. So I got a thing for drummers, jazz drummers who are also composers and arrangers. I mean, one of my favorite composers in my early days of getting into 20th century classical music was Steve Reich. Steve Reich was also a jazz drummer and then became a composer, but composes beautiful percussion music. And he does full orchestras. And Steve Reich was the founder of really modern electronic music as we know it, because he was the first guy doing tape loops and looping motifs of music and arranging it before digital was around. He was doing it with tapes and live performance, which is super cool. But Steve Reich would feature the percussionists. He would have a full orchestra, strings, brass, horns, all the percussion. But the percussion was at the front of the orchestra and the strings and the horns and the winds were in the back, which is a really neat experience. If you've seen his orchestras live, I have in Montreal. And it's so cool to see that. But yeah, I got a thing for that, and I got a thing for bass players who are band leaders as well. One of my favorite jazz bass players is Dave Holland, who played with Miles in the later days. Got into the avant-garde stuff, Bitches Brew and stuff. Not my favorite Miles album, but his quintet and quartets are really good. Billy Kilson played drums on some of those records. And Nate Smith also was a protege of Dave Holland as well. So, yeah, I reached out to Sam at Tinfoil Hat, but it's not really customary for people to. I'm just doing it because I've got the time, and I'd like to grow my Twitter following and talk to other podcasts. People reach out to me for podcasts for like 8 months of the year, and I say I can't do it. Contact me in the fall. And so so I'm doing that a bit right now. No, I haven't heard from them, so I don't expect to, though, because it's not really customary to reach out to people to say, hey, can I be on your show? So it's not really a thing. Maybe you have your publicist do it for you, which I could do. But yeah, I love Al Di Meola. Yes. Yeah, Don Henley, drummer for the Eagles. Yes. Yeah. And so jazz bass players like Michael League from Snarky Puppy, an absolute animal. If you haven't heard, if you guys like modern jazz music and you don't know who Snarky Puppy is, you're insane. Where the hell are you? Snarky Puppy, man, those guys, I don't get sick of them. I'm not sick. I'm probably sick of Empire Central at this point. That's their latest record. I've just front to back that album so many times. But Michael League, that guy is an absolute animal. There's a track on that record. It's the third track. It's called Bet. It starts with the drum intro, and the bass line in that track is so syncopated and in the pocket. It's just and it's so melodic too. Like that's the kind of shit I love about good jazz music, is like when it's in the pocket and there's so much melody on every layer. Because I have a pretty musical mind. Like I can visualize music, so I can and not so much in notation, though when I was more into transcribing and doing that regularly back in my early music career, or it was my later music career, actually. It was after music school. I could actually visualize music. So I can listen to a track and I can see all the parts like visually. Um, I see them actually more in waveforms, but I can actually listen to an album. So like that album, there's so many layers, right? Like the rhythm section, there's six percussionists on that record at once. There's bass, there's strings, there's wind, there's brass, there's saxophone, there's three different keyboard players playing a combination between electric piano, Rhodes, organ, synth. It's insane. But I can actually visualize the music, which is I really get into it. I don't when I listen to albums, sure I can listen to music while I'm doing the dishes or hanging out with my family or whatever, but for me it's driving. That's when I can or if I'm working out in the garden and I bring my little DeWalt stereo with me. But it's more or less driving. Road trips is the best time. I listen to music and I really hear every single part. And I could sing any part, and I could transcribe it too, though I'm out of practice on that. But that's the kind of musical mind I have. It's nice to hear people talk about music because I'm a total music geek. We could hang out, smoke a couple joints, and listen to jazz, or around a fire, and just having to talk about music. I really get into it. I have some friends that I can just geek out on that with. Not enough though. That's probably the one thing I miss about being close to a city is going to see shows. Yeah, I don't care about indie shows, but I like to see jazz recording artists play. I don't like post rock and indie rock shows like that anyway. I love that stuff. I love that. I still like listen to Broken Social Scene and bands like that and Do Make Say Think and stuff. But their shows are just lame because they're just so fucking loud. And it's not, I just find it's wanking. When I was it's just bashing. Or a lot of those bands like Animals as Leaders, I like that kind of stuff, that instrumental metal stuff that's sort of jazzy. But the drummers are just lame. They're just bashing. It's just like it's like there's no there's no Elvin Jones, there's no Nate Smith, there's no Larnell Lewis, there's no Billy Kilson, there's no dynamics like that. That's what I can't stand about that music. It's so fucking loud all the time. And so seeing it live is lame. I don't like it. But I like to see jazz live because jazz players understand dynamics. And so when and I've never seen Snarky Puppy live, but I've watched a ton of their shows online. And when they're rocking out, they're rocking out. But they only need to do that at the moment that it's most necessary and called for. Most of the time they're subduing it and they're taking you somewhere interesting and you can listen to it and it's not destroying your ears. So no, I don't have a pair of ear monitors. I wanted to get those when I was back in the day. Cliff Burton, RIP. Love Cliff Burton, man. Great bass player. Love Metallica. Haven't really listened to anything past the Black Album, really, but I loved their whole discography. Still do. I still listen to All Put On and Justice for All, Master of Puppets. I love those albums still to this day. So yeah, Genesis was fusion rock, and Genesis with Peter Gabriel was actually pretty good back in the day. And I love prog rock. Like I'm super into King Crimson. I love Pink Floyd, all Pink Floyd except Piper at the Gates of Dawn. I can't stand that. I don't like the Syd Barrett era years. I don't. This is too lame. But I love prog rock, man. King Crimson, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Yes is my favorite prog rock band. Close to the Edge is my favorite prog rock album of all time. I still listen to that album, and I have it on vinyl. I don't have it on vinyl, man. I used to have it on vinyl. The first side of the 12-inch was the first track, right? Is how fucking awesome is that? And there's like all these movements, right? Rick Wakeman and Brian Howe and all those guys. And yes, they would compose. Not that's what my band was doing, but we were just, that time was past. I should have been a musician back in the 60s if I would have been alive, and I would have been into prog rock, and I would have made millions of dollars. But nobody's making millions of dollars off prog rock anymore, except Tool, Tool and a few other kind of bands like that. But Siberian Cartoon, isn't that the coolest track? I love that stuff. Yeah, so Joshua said, this is fun. We're riffing on music. I've never had is this cool? Are you guys having a good time? Smash the like if you're jamming on me talking about albums. But Joshua mentions Godspeed You Black Emperor. So they were the reason I actually moved to Montreal when I did, is that whole scene, Godspeed You Black Emperor and all that that came out of that record label. I forget what the hell it was called, with all those guys. So I was in that scene in Montreal. We were into that whole thing. All those venues, Casa del Popolo, Suwannee del Popolo, and then what was the other one that they did later? Anyways, that was my scene. I lived right on Park Ave. I was going down to St. Laurent for all those shows, mingling with all those people. Ephraim, the singer, guitar player from Montreal, we knew him. We recorded at his studio. My buddy Scott, who was in our band, he was our visual artist in our band, a visual artist in our band. That's how prog rock we were. He used to house sit for Ephraim. And so yeah, no, we were in that scene with all those guys. And it's so long ago now. It was 20 years ago. Well, no, I left Montreal when I was 28, so not quite 20 years ago, but 16 years ago I left Montreal. So it was a long time ago. But yeah, we were in all that stuff. Used to go to all the shows, Explosions in the Sky. Anytime they came to Montreal, I'd go to their show. We opened for Andrew Bird one year. If you know Andrew Bird, we opened for him at Cafe Campus years ago when he was still just doing everything solo. But Voivod, no, I don't think I know them. Don't you miss playing your instruments? No, I don't actually, but I do play guitar. I've got my upright bass in here. I don't touch it in years. Um, I haven't missed playing, but I'm starting to, mostly because my kids, especially my daughter, are so interested in music. My daughter, and so in the wintertime when I have more time to hang around, I play guitar and sing, and I'm okay. But my daughter loves to sing songs with me, and I get overwhelmed with emotion actually with it, because music is so precious to me, because it's always been so important in my life. I get a very big emotion. I'm a bit of an empath. I've always been a bit of an empathetic person, can really feel people's emotions, and I really feel music. Like I'll listen to say a really moving symphony or a really moving piece of music. It'll actually like tear me up. It physically affects me. And so I get that with my daughter, because we're really into Tom Petty. And so I'll play, classic Tom Petty songs on guitar and sing, and she'll sing with me. And I get crazy overwhelmed with emotion, but that's a good thing. And so, yeah, no, once our house is finished, my plan is to, I love Rush. Somebody's talking about Rush, total Rush fan. Is I'm going to create a whole new music studio eventually. All these things take time, but when we finish the house, I'm going to set my office up in the house and have a place that I can do music. I'm going to put an upright piano in our living room, and that's going to be the center of our music. And my kids have all kinds of instruments, percussion instruments, and little xylophones and shakers and all kinds of stuff like that. And I've got every instrument. I've got electric guitars, basses, analog synthesizers, MIDI keyboards, recording equipment. I've got all this shit, and I could set up a studio, not a full-on studio, but I would like to eventually build another house here, because I'm going to build like a 3-car garage and put a suite above it. But I might actually make it into a recording studio, because it'd be sweet, because the garage you could actually use for some things, put carpets down, whatever, isolation booths. I'd like to eventually do that and get back into it. So I do miss it, but I know that I'll get back to it. And the cool thing about music is you never really lose it. I've definitely lost my technical ability, but I can still play, and it wouldn't take me long to get back into it. I can read music. I still know all the chords. I can sight read charts and stuff like that. Not notation all that well right now, but I can get back into it. I can read a lead sheet, no problem. I can follow chord changes, anything like that. I can jam with people. I can improvise. I can, solo on progressions and stuff like that, and know the modes and all that stuff, the changes. But no, I would like to get back into it at some point, and I'm really looking forward to doing that and sharing it with my kids, because it's good for your mind. I think music actually changed me, and I committed basically 10 years of my life fully committed to music. Like, just that's all I did, 10 years. So from the time I was 18 to the time I was 28, I basically just committed that 10 years. I was playing punk rock band. I even know it was more than that. When I was 16 years, so 12 years. No, yeah, 12 years I was fully committed to music. I was playing punk rock and hardcore bands when I was a teenager, 16 to 18. And then I got really into, well, I did that till about 19 maybe. Then I got really into jazz and more. I used to be the singer in a hardcore band doing that, but I was also always a multi-instrumentalist. I could sit in for anybody who didn't show up for practice. That used to be my thing. We used to play, just trashy punk rock hardcore music, kind of like Minor Threat kind of thing. And I was the singer, just with a mic, no instrument. But whoever didn't show up to practice, I could just sit in and play the part, because it was simple enough music, right? So if the drummer didn't show up, I could just scream into the microphone and play the drum parts. If the bass player didn't show up, I could scream into the mic and play the bass part. If the guitar player didn't show up, I could scream into the mic and play the guitar part. But it was simple music, right? It's not like it was Rush. Yeah, ELO, Electric Light Orchestra. Yeah, they're okay. So that's kind of my background, and so I would love to do that again, because I can play any instrument. I can play drums and guitar and bass and keyboards. I can not I'm best at guitar. That's my main instrument, but I'm a pretty decent drummer too. I can swing. I can play, complicated parts. I've got fairly decent limb independence. I can get a hi-hat consistent, you know, quarter notes, and then I can play a syncopated bass drum part, and I can get on the ride cymbal, and I can do that stuff. So, but you want to snap here? I'll send you a YouTube video of my band. Um, I'll share a link in the chat if you're curious. Hey, I just want to remind you guys that we have that offer, that's Freedom Farmers monthly package. If you're interested in that, you want our Freedom Farmers Pro deal that we had last month, go to freedomfarmers.com. We have a monthly deal now, so $40 a month. I'm just searching my old band on YouTube, and nothing is coming up. Maybe they're all taken down. We used to actually have videos on YouTube, but they're all gone. I'm searching people for audio on YouTube, and there's nothing. I was gonna say I could share you a link, but I wonder if it's still on iTunes. It used to be on. Okay. Only our first album is on iTunes still. That's funny. How do I share that? Share. Copy link. Does this show up here? Man, I'm getting over a cold, and it's sort of a see if you can click on that. Yeah, enrollment's still open, Larry, for the Freedom Farmers uh pro monthly deal. So that's open. The annual one is closed, but no. Bet you don't have a theremin. No, I don't. I don't have a theremin. I don't at all. Monster Magnet? No, not really. I mean, yeah, yeah, Constellation Records. Thanks, RJ. That's what it was. Wasn't so into that Monster Magnet, but I like jazz chords, those diminished sevenths and ninths. Well, a diminished whew, has its place. Yeah. Fugazi, I used to love Fugazi. We played a show with Fugazi. My punk band, way back in the day, played a show with Fugazi in Kelowna years ago. This would have been mid 90s, maybe 95, 96. We played a show with Fugazi in Kelowna. Yeah, SNFU. I love those guys. Yeah, there's no counterculture in music at all anymore. It's a joke. It's a joke. And it's amazing, isn't it funny? I kind of want to get out of music because it's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit exclusive. A lot of people might not be into that. But um watching all of the musicians get woke was so during COVID, when all these musicians that you loved were asking you to bring vax passes, it was immediate. Oh man, that's such a bummer. I kind of stopped paying attention because I didn't want to be disappointed anymore. And I don't really care. I don't know if Snarky Puppy is woke, say. I don't want to know because I like their music too much. So I don't, and their music is instrumental. So the message doesn't matter because I don't really care about the message in music for the most part. I mean, sure I do if it has a good message, but that's not why I like music. Like I can't stand a lot of these truther rap songs. Like Jeff Berwick puts truther rap videos at the beginning of each of his videos, and fine, that's all good. I'm not into modern hip hop is unlistenable in my opinion. I have a couple guys that work for me on the construction crew that listen to that music that's just kind of like it's literally I can't differentiate one artist from the other. It is so obnoxious and so God, my throat is so obnoxious. It literally makes you feel like you're getting stupid. It literally does. And actually, there's a study on that, and it's completely common sense. It's funny how sometimes you need something that's common sense to produce a study. But there was a Harvard study that sampled thousands of people and what kind of music they like and how their IQ was. And lo and behold, people that listen to that really stupid rap music that's just and everything's auto-tuned and there's nothing organic in it whatsoever. It's all fake, it's all processed, it's all compressed to shit. People that listen to that music, opposed to people that listen to classical music and jazz, have a low IQ. Go figure. You are what you eat. If you listen to garbage, it'll turn your mind into garbage. That's why for like the music that we let our kids listen to, it's all good music. If it's kids music, it has no propaganda in it and the music's got to be good. So we don't listen like no top 40. You'll never find top 40 music in our household ever. My wife doesn't listen to that shit. We listen to a lot of old music actually. I'm still on music. I was going to go on to another tangent, but we listen to old music for a lot of for a large part of things. Actually, an artist I recently discovered that I love, one more shout out to a good artist, is Tommy Guerrero, the skater. The 90s Powell Peralta skater, Tommy Guerrero, is actually a genius musician, next level musician, guitar player, band leader. Amazing. So another bit on music. Yeah, Tom McDonald, man, I can't stand that. That guy looks like a fucking clown with the tattoos on his face. I'm sorry. That's clown world. All these guys that are telling you to not get woke, and Tom McDonald's kind of funny. He's like, making fun of wokeness, but he looks like a retard. Like the tattoos on the face and stuff like that, man. I'm sorry. God, I feel like I'm getting a bit kind of sick. Um, yes, Van Morrison's protest album. Yes, I have heard it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Hey, Will Metcalf, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, Tommy Guerrero, man, check him out. His albums, it's really good kind of mood, not mood music, but atmosphere. It's just really good instrumental kind of world Afro-Cuban a bit jazz. I really love Afrobeat. You guys listen to Afrobeat? I'm really into this. I mean, I love Fela Kuti and all the original OG Afrobeat stuff. I love that kind of shit. I love the percussion, but really new band out of Chile that I'm really digging lately is called Nuon Afrobeat. They're a young Afrobeat group and they're young people. They're like they look like they're in their the drummer looks like he's 25, but he's an absolute animal. And of course, they've got three. Afrobeat's always got multiple percussion and stuff, but these guys are really good. Nuon Afrobeat, check them out. Newan Afrobeat, Nuon Afrobeat, and they do a couple tracks with Fela Kuti's son, one of his sons, Sean Kuti, and man, these guys are ripping, just absolute groove masters. Um, yeah. So, anyways, that's my rant on music. I'm probably going to shut this down pretty soon. It's 9:30, and there's still 200 people here in the stream here. So yeah, this is a fun stream, folks. But yeah, I find music. Um, I can't prove that this is. So I have an ability to. It's an ability that I've learned, and this is something that young men might find useful. Um, I have the ability to do a lot of things at once. And it's how I've been able to get to where I am today. It's part of how I've been able to get to where I am today is I can do a lot of things at once. And to do a lot of things at once, and I'm not a great multitasker. I I can multitask, though I'm not great at it, not like in the way my wife is. Women seem to be better multitaskers than men, but I can get a lot of things done at once, and I can have a lot of projects going on at once, and I can manage people, multiple groups of people. I have the mind that can do that. And I swear my ability to think about lots of things at once, and my mind is pretty like wired. Now I get up in the morning, have a coffee, I'm like, boom, I'm ready to go. I'm like, I'm fully charged, I'm ready to go. And I'm sharpest in the morning. And that's often when I have to meet with my construction crew, my main builder, and then I've got multiple projects going on here, family stuff, of course, stuff in my business. That's what I mean by multiple things, managing multiple things at once. I think that came from listening to good music, in the sense that if you listen to, let's take two polar opposite dichotomies. We'll make a dichotomy. And this is maybe we'll take this idea of music and expand it into life, because I think these things often coalesce, or they lead to one another in some ways. And so take Snarky Puppy. Okay, take a band like Snarky Puppy, or if you don't know who Snarky Puppy is, maybe something that's a bit more uh mainstream but is good. Peter Gabriel. Peter Gabriel is a fantastic artist. Even his 80s albums, good music that had a lot of parts, was interesting. They played in odd time signatures from time to time, interesting chord progressions, good melodies, good music. It's catchy, it's top 40, but it's good music. It's composed well. Compare that to just your latest. There's no organic anything in it. There's no real feel. It's just completely churned out through the music machine that just cranks out this crap, right? You listen to a Beyonce song, and I'm not familiar with her discography at all, but I know this is the same garbage that's just cranked out. And sure, I'm sure there's some merit to it in some way or another. Don't get me wrong, but really, what you got is a basic rhythm, which is probably these days is just electronic drum machine stuff. And then when they play live, they'll have a kit player playing along with it, but it's really simple rhythm. There's chorus, verse, bridge, end with the chorus. It's the same formulaic way songs are all composed. It's 3 minutes long. There's nothing, it's all predictable. It doesn't take you anywhere new. Compare easiest time signature to make a top 40 song. And Money from Pink Floyd's another classic example of a song in 7/8. But listen to those when you think about the arrangement of those groups. You have something like Peter Gabriel, where you've got really interesting percussion. There's always some element of ethnic percussion in his music. You've got interesting chord progressions. You've got unique instrumentation that comes in. You've got harmonies that really resonate on in certain parts, opposed to just like the chorus, crank up the chorus. You take the articulation of those musics, those types of music, they really can make who you are, in my opinion. Just as though if you eat only GMO, fast food, shitty food, you're going to not look good. You're not going to be healthy. You're going to be sick all the time. You're going to have chronic illness. I think the same can be said for music. Is if you listen to shit music, which is just whatever the top 40 thing is today, is shit. It's just churned out by a machine that just, like, listen to Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan did an interview on Alex Jones, which is, oh, no, not Alex Jones. Actually, he did on Alex Jones, but I was on Joe Rogan. And he really talked about the music machine, and it's so true. It's just garbage. Garbage in, garbage out to turn your mind into garbage. But you listen to good music, you listen to classical music, you listen to good jazz music, it expands your mind. And I swear, my ability to manage multiple things comes from my discography of music. I'm a bit of my wife calls me a musicologist, and she'll play this game and she'll play a track for like 3 seconds and I'll just guess what it is. And I'm like right 99% of the time. It comes from that, is that listening to good music opens your mind. Because when you want to listen to, say, a beautiful piece of classical music, and there's so many things going on at once, it takes the ability to listen is expanded because you're listening to multiple things at once. And so that actually expands your mind. So I actually do think, and I've heard some guys riff on this before, guys like Billy Corgan. I actually do think there's a conspiracy in music. Just like there's a conspiracy with the mainstream media to propagandize you with a bunch of bullshit, sensationalized bullshit that just leads you down a path to just a false dichotomy of pick A or B, and then, vote Republican or Democrat. Those are your choices. Listening to good music expands your mind and gets you the ability to look at things in the macro and the micro, and allows you to think about multiple things at once. And so I'm grateful for my background in music, and I think it's actually a big part of where I am today, to be able to do multiple things at once, because it's not easy doing any of this stuff. Like up on this project here, last 3 years, construction. I took partial construction off last year, but it's been almost 3 years of construction where there's multiple things going on at once. Construction. It's not just construction to be one thing. It's construction is multiple things at once, right? There's multiple different trades happening at once. I'm involved using the machine, doing all kinds of stuff. I'm coordinating things coming in, coming out, whatever. Planning ahead, building the gardens, building the homestead, water infrastructure, power infrastructure, road infrastructure. All these things that I've done here come from my ability to be able to manage multiple things at once, and keep it all moving forward at once, because that's the challenge. Some people are just so bad at managing things that nothing moves forward. And I know I've had a lot of friends in the past that have done this, and yeah, so that I think comes from listening to and consuming things that, and it's like reading good books. If you just read garbage, romance novels, your repertoire of literature is extremely limited. Thus, your perspective might be limited as well. Somebody says definitely a conspiracy. Oh no, what did I say? Is about a conspiracy theory to degenerate the human spirit. Absolutely. Just especially when you listen to it today. I mean, the gangster rap thing is one that's really dark, because gangster rap, in my opinion, was a complete conspiracy to just create a revolving door of young black men going in and out of prisons. Like, absolutely. I'm convinced of it when you look at how they did it, because that's what they did. All these young guys back in the days, this is where, it's sad to see where black musicians are, and black culture, because black culture actually used to be really sweet. Now it's terrible. I mean, mainstream black culture. I mean, I'm not going to generalize all of black culture, but generally speaking, the leading black artists are not creating good music. They are in the jazz world. That's where you got to look at guys like Nate Smith and look at a guy like Ron Carter. I shared this on Twitter and I know nobody on Twitter gives a shit about my jazz things, but I geek out on it, and I follow a number of jazz things on Twitter because I just find this stuff, and I love old Americana jazz stuff. But you look at a guy like Ron Carter, one of the oldest living jazz musicians of the Blue Note era, Ron Carter, just an absolute class act, this guy. And this is where, it's so sad to look at where the role models are for young black men today, represented by artists and musicians and actors that are black. What are they compared to what it was? It's so depressing. Like Snoop Dogg, like Snoop, yeah, he seems like he's kind of a cool guy now, but look at what he sold young black kids for all the 1990s. Shitty gangster rap that degenerates women and encourages guys to get into crime and be deadbeat dads, and then and then spin that cycle. How sad and pathetic is that? But then you look at some of these original jazz artists, like a guy like Ron Carter. I shared this tweet of his the other day because I follow all the jazz guys, or a lot of them. I'm trying to follow more too, but he talked about how he goes, and I want to pull this up because it's actually kind of relevant. And like this is an example of just how that just doesn't exist with most black artists today. There's just garbage. It's just complete garbage. It's all the same. There's no dynamics to it. It's all super overproduced. It just sounds like shit. I can't tell one artist from the next. I couldn't tell you any of the artists. And I saw this thing from Ron Carter, and I was just like, this dude is a class act. And look at this guy. Look how well he's aged. Look at him. I think he's in his 80s now. But he's one of the OGs of the Blue Note jazz era bass player. And I love this kind of stuff because I geek out. I like these non-negotiables and negotiables. These are Ron Carter's non-negotiables on stage. No drinking on stage, not even water, motherfucker. Okay, not even water, because it's all about composure. And if you're composed, you don't need to drink water for a couple hours. You must know how to read music. Okay, if you're going to be in Ron Carter's band, you need to know how to read a chart. Okay, arrive 45 minutes before the show so we can talk and go through any last minute set adjustments, and always wear a suit and tie, right? That is a class act, man. That is, I don't know. Does anybody care about Curtis Stone's jazz friends? Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I just look at that and I go, man, that is. And then you look at Nate Smith today too, or Larnell Lewis, jazz drummers, black guys, same thing. Extraordinarily disciplined. These guys aren't partying. They're not doing drugs. A lot of the early jazz guys in the Blue Note days were all in heroin and stuff, but they all got over it. Look at how Ron Carter has aged compared to, say, Keith Richards or Madonna. Look at how Madonna has aged. Roseanne Barr now looks better than Madonna, But all these people they live such disgusting turn and burn lives. And yeah, going back to the thing about music, yeah. Hollywood, the music industry, especially the music machine, absolutely made to dumb you down. And it does dumb you down. Look at the people who listen to that stuff. Right? I could literally name none of these artists because that music is so irrelevant to me. But my electrician was up here today and he has his daughter working with him, and it's kind of cute. But they were listening to some of this stuff that it's just like these guys, they literally all sound the same. And I just asked him, I was like, how do you differentiate one artist from the next on this? He's like, oh, I don't even know. It's just on. So it's just music they're not even paying attention to. And that's fine. I don't care. But we had this one guy working up here and he was listening to that stuff all along. Keith Richards is still alive. I know. Isn't it amazing? After 100 blood transfusions. But he's like listening to this stuff and I'm going, man, this cannot. And he's not, wasn't necessarily the brightest guy, good guy, nice guy, not the brightest guy, not the sharpest tool in the shed. But he listens to this garbage. And I can see it all through the way he lives. It's just, there's not a lot there. And so I think music, food, politics, culture, money, business, if and in all fairness, for some people, music's just not important to them, and that's fine. I don't care. I don't need to play. I used when back in my indie rock days, my jazz prog rock days, I was such a snob about music, and I wouldn't even date a girl if she didn't have good taste in music. Really. At the same time, my wife does have good taste in music. She's not a music file like me. She doesn't get into the artist, but she has good taste in music. She listens to old music. My wife likes old music. She'll put on, old swing jazz. She'll put on Django Reinhardt, or she'll put on Fleetwood Mac, or she'll put on she'll put on Tommy Guerrero. She likes the music I like too, so she ends up listening to it as well. But my wife listens to Bill Evans. Somebody just said R.I.P. Bill Evans. Absolutely. But she listens to that. She likes the Blue Note era jazz. She'll put on, Miles, early Miles. She'll put on Coltrane. So at the same time, I like a woman that has a good taste in music. I mean, I still, I couldn't be around somebody who listened to that top 40 crap it would drive me crazy. I'd be like, turn that shit off. Like, I can't even hear it. And so in our family, our kids only hear the good stuff. Yeah, isn't it funny with Keith Richards, man? But I know, but seriously, I think it's important. Spruce Seal says, I'd have to smoke weed all day to avoid the thought of selling out my people too, Snoop. Totally. All those guys, Snoop Doggy Dogg, Dr. Dre, um, Puff Daddy, all those guys sold their people down the river. They completely, the black experience in America today is so much worse because of those guys. And not all black people are worse off, but when you look at the inner city experience of a lot of these young black kids growing up, it sucks. And I've been there. I've been to Boston. I've been to Philadelphia. I've been all up the west shit coast, LA, San Francisco, Oakland. I spent a lot of time in Oakland, man. I mean, you talk about, you know, the young black experience, Oakland or Compton, LA. I've been down to Compton. I've been to these places, and it's all these rap artists have influenced all these young men to be deadbeat dads, and then their kids do the same thing but worse, and it's a spiral. And you know, definitely you can listen to Thomas Sowell and Walter Williams and, you know, talk about the welfare state and what that did to black youth, black families. It was all designed to destroy them. Yeah, and Tupac was assassinated. Absolutely, Tupac. They took out Tupac. You can go. I went down a rabbit hole down. Oh, Channel 3 says Mahavishnu Orchestra, dude. I love Mahavishnu Orchestra. Every album, I've got every album. Love John McLaughlin. Is it Zakir Hussain on that? Love that shit. But yeah, no, Tupac was totally assassinated, man, because he was calling shit out. Tupac was starting to figure out how the banking system worked, right? And then no, we don't want this young little guy stirring things up and waking these people up. But a lot of the hip hop culture is awake, though, you know, like KRS-One, guys like that. He's been awake for a long time. I used to listen to the more of the positive hip hop stuff, like J. Rue the Damager and Jurassic 5. I still like that music every now and then. Generally speaking, I don't like hip hop music that much. It's probably my least, well, that and mainstream country, though I like country. I love Core Blund. And I like Johnny Cash, and I like Chet Atkins. I love the classic country. The country used to be kind of blues and jazz. I love that era of music, but yeah, man, they took out Tupac, and yeah, Grave Diggers. I remember those. I remember that stuff from the 90s. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Jimi Hendrix would be rolling in his grave. Yeah, well, Jimi Hendrix was a degenerate too in the 28 Club, you know. But and I love Jimi Hendrix. That Jimi Hendrix was my first musical fascination when I was 14, and I got a tape copy of what's the album with Purple Haze? What Are You Experienced? I got a tape copy of Are You Experienced? And I would just listen to that. And I before Jimmy, I got really into black music. That's what kind of got me so into jazz. I got into Chuck Berry was when I was probably 10 or 12 years old when I first really realized that I liked music. You know, I heard music from my parents or whatever, but when I heard Chuck Berry, I was like, wow, this is really. And then I got into early Little Richard, and then I got into Jimi Hendrix. I was like, wow, Jimi Hendrix, man, holy shit. Like this was crazy. And then I got into Cream and all that era of 1960s and 70s rock music. That was my first real music fascination. Then I got into punk rock, and then the rest is. Then I got into punk rock. Then I got into hardcore, straight edge hardcore, that whole scene. And then I ditched all that and I got into post rock. So I was like out of hardcore, and then I got into post rock. I was into Tortoise and those kinds of bands, and Godspeed You Black Emperor. And then I got really into jazz when I went to music school, because I really learned to appreciate it, because we were reading jazz. We had the book of the standards, and so I was learning to read lead sheet music and stuff and play charts and sit in and improvise. And I got really into jazz, and I just got into all that kind of stuff. But yeah, man, trip down memory lane here, folks. Cool to hear people just chime in and talk about music. I love Led Zeppelin too. Yeah, I want to have an off-grid music studio. That's kind of like my pinnacle goal with this whole setup, is first take care of the important stuff, the food, power, surviving the apocalypse. And then when it's the apocalypse, man, I'm gonna be making records. I want to get a 2-inch tape machine, man. I want to have all the gear and have an off-grid music studio. Yeah, I love Eric Clapton, man. Really was really into Cream. I love that stuff. So yeah, I'm giving you guys so much gravy in terms of music you could check out. Um, yeah, maybe I'll just kind of just keep riffing on music and then wrap this puppy up. But yeah, it's all about quality. I just find anything that the mainstream puts out is just garbage. I've been a huge Radiohead fan forever, though less and less now, because I just kind of get sick of Tom York's depressingness. I still love every Radiohead album except the first one, Pablo Honey. I hate that album, but I love every other album after that. But mostly, I love every album after Kid A. I like their later stuff. I love Hail to the Thief. I love uh, they're losing me, but I love all that music. And I like music that is interesting to listen to. I really got into that. So I did I'll take you a little, I'll take you down a mushroom trip that changed my life. So New Year's of 2000. So 1999 into the year 2000. It was back when everybody thought it was going to be the apocalypse because people didn't reset the clocks. Remember that that whole thing. What did we call that? It was the what the hell are they calling that? Anyways, Y2K. Yes, thank you, Spruce Seal. Y2K. So I lived through Y2K, and I was 20 years old at the time. And I did a bunch of mushrooms, more or less a heroic dose of psilocybin with a couple close friends of mine. And we listened to, so my friend, we were at her house. She had rich parents and had a really nice sound system in the basement. And so we had, it was a bit of a party going on, but a bunch of us, it was like a few of us just did a heroic dose of psilocybin, and we listened to an album front to back on the trip. It's called Music for 18 Musicians by Steve Reich. It's a sound journey, and I'll just see if I can just share this with you here. Much is Steve Reich's music for 18. I'm just going to see if I can pull it up on and share it on this on iTunes because I'm not getting it on here it is. This album, can I share this? And if any of you guys have iTunes, I use iTunes for music. I don't use Spotify. I don't like Spotify. I find this is better. But this album changed my life. So anyways, did a heroic dose of mushrooms and listened to this album, Music for 18 Musicians by Steve Reich. It's an hour and a half long composition, front to back. And the genre of music is minimalism. And it was the genre that created electronic music as we know it today. So if you like bands, if you like Bonobo, if you like what's that other I can't think of anything. I'm getting too tired. But you like guys like this all came from Steve Reich. And this album starts with two shakers going for about 30 seconds. And then a new motif comes in. And it's on a marimba. And it just builds and builds and builds, and it gets to this climax where there's all these layers coming in and out. It was an absolute psychedelic. It changed my life. It literally changed my life. At that point, I was really still into punk rock and hardcore and post rock and stuff like that a bit. But I heard this album, and it made me pursue a career in music because I realized at that point that I had a musical mind because I was on a heroic dose of psilocybin, and I was listening to this album in a dark room with this wicked hi-fi stereo, and I was visualizing everything in the music. But the thing that the music did to me the most actually was it gave me this complete spiritual connection to the vibration of everything, and it made me visualize everything down to an atomic and cellular level, that everything is just pulsating energy. And it gave me this vision, which I still carry today. I still see the world in the same way of pulsating energy. And I have this way of I've always been very empathetic. I can really feel people's emotions, but I can feel energy in a way that I don't know if I would have ever come to this way that I feel it today if it weren't for this album, Music for 18 Musicians. And Steve Reich, I love his whole discography. He was probably my biggest inspiration when I was in music school studying composition. Just as a composer who was interesting in trying something that was tonal and interesting. But a lot of classical music is not tonal, and that's another New World Order tangent I could go on. Is how they infiltrated the atonal music space and created this whole avant-garde music scene, which is totally crazy. It's all postmodern and it's obnoxious. It's like Jackson Pollock for music, but just garbage. Yeah, I love Dave Brubeck, Take 5. Great. But anyways, that it changed my life. And that I felt so inspired after that I felt this crazy connection to the world and people and just energy in general. But I also felt super inspired at that time to pursue music, and I did. And so I basically from that point on, I had a good 10-year stint of just only pursuing music, and it led me to all kinds of places that I never thought I'd be. And yeah, I bet Curtis is a big Bloodhound Gang fan. No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, I'm a Pro Tools guy, and I still have all the gear. I'll probably when I get back into it, I'm going to get back into Pro Tools for sure. I like using Pro Tools, and yeah, Coldplay. Sure, they got a couple nice tracks. Ramones, yeah, they all What's going on here? Oh, dropped out for a second. I really enjoy listening to Rick Beato every now and then on YouTube because he's such a great musicologist, and I like listening to that. I like listening to people talk. He does some great interviews, man. He did an interview with Pat Metheny not too long ago. Pat Metheny is one of my favorite jazz guitar players of all time. Just Pat Metheny's discography in the 80s. I get down with Pat Metheny's discography the whole way. And there's very few artists that I actually like 30, 40 years of their discography. Pat Metheny, unbelievable guitarist. Anyways, Rick Beato did a fantastic interview with him, and I really, really enjoyed it. But Polyphia, yeah, I can't stand this shit. I don't like. I can't stand it. It's very generation. It's very millennial. I get what those guys. I listen. I can see it. I can see the talent. They all look like women. They all look like really. They all really look like malnourished girls, which I don't like the image. I don't like the optics of music when they look like a bunch of soy boys. It turns me off. But okay, put that aside. The music is talented. They're good players, but it's bashing. It's all bashing. It's not like Pat Metheny. You want to listen to a real guitar player? Pat Metheny destroys that gamma guy, that squirrely guy with makeup and stuff in that Polyphia band. And the drummer of that band, absolute garbage. It's just garbage. Put that up against Nate Smith. Forget about it. Forget about it. All these instrumental metal bands, all they do is bash. Yeah, they're technical. They're tight. They're in the pocket, but all they do is bash. It's just one volume. It's obnoxious. I can't stand it. Love Carlos Santana. Early Santana. Absolutely. Love Carlos Santana. Somebody says Megadeth, man. I gotta say, dude, Megadeth kept it real. I was listening to some relatively new Megadeth the other day, and Dave Mustaine he's a fucking rad dude. He's a legit dude. He told when California was locking down and telling everybody to get the shot, Dave Mustaine was calling it as it was. So props to him. But he's also a good musician, and he actually turned his life around for the better. So good for him. Somebody's asking, what video editing software do I use? I edit in Final Cut Pro, but my whole team, anybody else who edits videos on my team, uses Adobe Premiere or the other one, something live. I forget. I don't use it. I use Final Cut Pro. If you want to know what I use Final Cut Pro. And yeah, Nate Smith is a beast. Listen to what's the new why can't I think, man? I'm losing it. I'm getting tired here. Not Wolfpack, but Fearless Flyers. Listen to Nate Smith on the Fearless Flyers. He's an absolute animal. Another really good guitar player, Mark Lettieri. Jazz. If you like that stuff, like Animals as Leaders and Polyphia and that kind of stuff, okay, my criticism of that stuff is that it's bashing. Okay, it's one volume, it's all compressed to shit, it's loud as hell. It's and I get there's an appeal for that. Like sometimes you want to rock out, yeah, that's fine. If you like that stuff though, and you want to come over to the jazz side a little bit more, listen to Mark Lettieri. Mark Lettieri, he's especially if you like that jazz metal stuff, but you want to listen to some that but better because it's dynamic and it's more musically interesting, is Mark Lettieri does 2 albums called the Baritone Sessions, because he plays baritone guitar. Just a phenomenal guitar player. He's the lead guitar player in Snarky Puppy. He's an absolute beast. He's an absolute beast. He's a musical genius and technical player too, but arranger. He's a really good composer. And some of the best Snarky Puppy songs are Mark Lettieri tracks. But his albums, the baritone sessions, are unbelievable. There's a solo. If you listen to, you know what's lame about YouTube is you can't play. I would love to just do a radio show and just talk about music and then play a track and then listen to this. The kind of like what Mark or what Rick Beato does. I'm kind of envious of Rick Beato's career because it's kind of the coolest music career ever. He just gets to be this musicologist who also is a musician. He plays and he produces, but he just talks about music. How cool is that? But yeah, Mark Lettieri, man. Listen to Mark Lettieri. He'll make all those animals as leaders. And there's another one called Métis, which is kind of good too. But he'll make all those guys look like posers because all they do is bash. They're just bashing. They're just, Gah! It's not here, there, all over. Like that's the thing that I learned in music school. And when I got into playing jazz, because I was on the jazz circuit in Montreal, I'd play and improvise and play improv shows and stuff, is that good jazz players play dynamically. And most of the time it's quiet, which is nice because it's nice to listen to music and hear everything and it's quiet, opposed to just amps and wall of amps and just noise and bashing. It's like, you can only go so far with that. And I did. And that's why my hearing is permanently damaged, is because I played loud music for so long, especially young. I was playing loud punk rock music when I was a kid, and it damaged my ears forever. Hey, Sprucey, you know what, dude? I think I'm going to take you up on your recommendation there. And thank you for making that. You just gave me a great idea. You're like, when you finish the off-grid studio, make that radio show happen. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Because it's definitely my biggest passion outside of all the other shit you've heard me talk about for years. Music has always been my passion. And so, yeah. Anyways. Cool, folks. Well, hey, I appreciate you guys tuning in. I'm going to go to bed. It's 10 p.m. I've been streaming for 4 hours. So smash the like if you guys like this. And if you want to sign up for Freedom Farmers Pro monthly, just go to freedomfarmers.com and just follow just sign up, just check it out, and you'll get that offer. You might have to sign up to our list, but then it's all automated. You'll just get the offer. They'll email it to you. So if you're on our list, you should already have that offer. But if you do want to sign up for the monthly, it's crazy value, and you're getting my Homestead Accelerator program, which is the amount of value we put out that program is just insane. People used to pay me $400 an hour to look at their properties, and so I would have somebody I'd been working with who's looking for something. They'd send me, say, hey, can you give me an hour of your time and look at these 3 properties and take all the time. So somebody paid me $400 and I'd evaluate 3 properties and disqualify all 3 of them for them because these properties aren't going to suit your like they're not going to do what you want. Now you can pay $40 a month and I'll evaluate properties for you. $40 a month, not just $40 a session or $400 a session. So because we've got this technology and on this mapping software now, we've got all these listings. You can go back on older ones if they're still live. They're in there. We update it every single week, and so it's just crazy. So, anyways, sign up for that if you haven't already. Yeah, I love Leonard Skinner. Anyways, folks, it's great to chat with y'all and cool to answer some of your questions. I'm gonna do a live stream like this every Thursday for this whole month. So next Thursday, 6 p.m., same time, same channel. We'll see you here. And yeah, head over to freedomfarmers.com and check out that offer we've got there. All right, folks, we'll see you in the next one.